Hand rested and ready. We got about 18 to 19 minutes until the first game starts and so forth. I can answer questions here. Unlike the other streams where the chat will be ignored, you're only going to be ignored if I want to ignore you. I'm actually going to read all the comments, and Karen will, and we'll answer your questions. If we're not answering your questions, then that's your fault. And that's saying something. Welcome to my stream, especially if you've never been here before. This is the best stream on Twitch. It's the funniest, the most incisive, and hopefully the games will be the most decisive. I'll give you guys a minute to look up those words. Delicious. Karen made coffee this morning. This is our basement. We did a test stream last night. Internet's good. We're going to improve the lighting, which isn't going to be easy because the lighting in the basement isn't good. We brought all the lights from the chess club, so there's a lot of lights here. And it's going to be light in this room in about an hour when the sun comes out. And then tomorrow, it'll be lit all the time, because my stream's always lit, because Spencer will be here, and he is my son, so we'll have more light, and so forth. I got a Perrier. I have more upstairs. Got coffee. So I'm ready. Basically, our streams for the rest of the streaming forever will be from our basement because we're closing the chess center, as you know. And we're setting up shop here. We're going to have to move some stuff, basically making our pool table useless, but we don't play pool that much anyway. The ping pong table is barely affected, although I guess we have to move the couch if we want to play ping pong. I mean, we don't use the basement very much. Ping pong table and pool table have been here for years, so I'm sure CL Smith will be sad, but that's about it. Mr. Pants subscribed. Good. I have no idea what any opening will be in any game. I could just name openings, but your guess is as good as mine. The first move of each game will be either C4, D4, E4, or Knight F3. That I can tell you. But I both players play all four moves. So, yeah. Thanks, Chocolate Boy. 300 or 3,000? 3,000's better. 300. No, terrible. Thanks, TextMate39 for the sub. It's Karen. No, Nepo's not going to play B3. Yeah, E4, Bishop F4 it's not even chess. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Indo Queen. B3, no. There's not going to be any B3 this match. No. Yeah, the moves aren't going to be played because you want them to be played. The moves are going to be played because they're good. And then Jan's seconds are better than Magnus's, and Jan has been doing a lot of prep, and he hasn't played bullet chess nonstop like Magnus has. So Jan has good chances this match. Magnus is the better player, but, over 14 games, the better player can lose. Truth hurts. And so forth.
Oh, yeah, I do have the emotes on this computer, so I'll put them up.
Okay. Well, you think we'll be ready today?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have new emotes. During the stream, they'll be put on the channel. So that'll show you. It's Karen.
Well, I already made them before this.
Why are Jan seconds better than Magnus? Because they play chess better? I don't mean they're better seconds. They're better at chess. That's what I mean. Yeah.
It's not a dress.
No, she got pants and a shirt on.
Mr. Jacobson.
You're close.
But thank you.
Yeah.
I do wear dresses.
The seconds are hidden from the general public and the other players so that, they don't know. But some of them are known. Obviously, Magnus is working with Tari and Nielsen. And obviously, Jan is working with Potkin, who he always works with, and Karyakin. But there's probably 5 or 6 other people we don't know.
All right, I'm gonna go do the emotes, and I can,
Yeah.
I'll still be here.
If you're not here, raise your hand.
I shall return.
Well, we have way more viewers than the official Fide Chess Twitch page because
So far.
because we're better. Yeah. And so far, it's always gonna be like that. Yeah.
What are there? Don't they have Fabi?
No, that's chess.com.
Oh, that's chess.com.
Yeah.
Who's on the official?
I think it's Judith Polgar and another woman. I want to say Tanya Sachdev, but I could be saying it wrong.
Man.
So I don't know.
Beauty and Braun.
Yeah, there you go. Papa John Cena subscribed.
Hard to compete with that now. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's Anish Giri and Judith. I thought I saw another woman there. Yeah, Anish Giri is pretty close. Yeah. So, yeah. And so forth.
This is the hard part.
Sveshnikov today, not the way you spelled it. You can't see Giri. Yeah. I knew something was amish. Yeah. So somebody should start a poll. It's not easy because, I guess I shouldn't make that joke so early in the morning. But anyway, somebody start a poll, what will the result be of the first game? And try not to throw a joke in. It's hard not to throw a joke in, but just, Carlsen wins, Jan wins, draw. But, okay, you guys are going to throw in Pat Buchanan or something. But Pat Buchanan's the underdog today. Yeah. Etc. Well, the slight favorite this match, seriously, is Naka. But the big favorite is Gotham Chess. So I'm going to go with Gotham Chess. He's just too big a favorite over Naka. Sorry, Naka. That's just the way it is. Yeah, I can't make a poll because I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to drink Perrier and coffee. I'm good at that. Is the World Championship FIDE rated? I hope so. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I mean, basically, Magnus's seconds are Rufus and Doofus, in the chess world. They're good seconds, but they're not good chess players. And Jan's seconds are good chess players, but I'm not sure if they're good seconds. So we'll find out. Yeah, if there was a match between Jan's seconds and Magnus's seconds, then I know who I bet on. But yeah, for opening prep and for psychological preparation, Magnus is friends with his seconds. And, Jan's been friends with Pakin since before you guys were born, but probably a lot of his seconds are just, 2700s. Thanks, Alt F4 Pro. You're the best. Anyway, they interviewed Woody Allen before the match because he's a chess fan, and he said that Jan's seconds would contact his seconds, and then Woody retorted with, have my thirds will contact your thirds if that doesn't work out. So that's basically what's going to happen. What will be the result of game one? Or I'll put Nepo wins because he's white. So got to pick something. Yeah, there we go. Go Hype Train. 90%. That's a good percent. Go Vegas odds. Usually the UK has betting odds on chess and Vegas doesn't, but all right. It's Bone Storm 314. I'm not sharing with Caitlin. Now, how many other streamers would give that retort to your handle? None. That's how many. No. That's the happiest kid in the world. Go Bone Storm. This starts AM, not PM. Ugh. It starts PM and AM. Are you happy? Where the players are playing, it's PM, but where I'm sitting, it's AM. I don't know where you are, but I guess you're in America. Delicious. It's 1:30 a.m. in New Zealand. Truth hurts. Hey, you guys are pretty smart. Of all the live coverages, is you're watching the best one. How'd you guys get so smart? Remember to ask questions, because I can answer questions. The mainstreams, they're like official and thousands of people. They don't see your questions. This is actually one funny thing about the internet. A lot of you people, you go to Facebook and Twitter and Instagram or whatever, and you talk to the people whose pages they are. They don't even know they have a page. But you're like, hey, you with 1.7 million followers, I have a question. They have people working on their page, not them. So if you go to a stream like chess.com or FIDE or some other terrible stream like those, if you ask questions like, hey, Fabi, who do you think's going to win? That's Fabi's, he doesn't know what the internet is. He's not looking at that. So here I'm actually going to look at it. Now, I'm not going to answer you. I'm going to ignore you, but I'm still going to look at it. What's happening? There's some idiot behind me talking. Oh, wait, that's me. Damn. All right. And then thanks, Bauer and Salad. You're the best.
I need to tag him.
Draw was the most common result. And so forth. Guess. Okay, we start in 7 minutes. I'm in Dubai. It looks a lot like our basement, but it's actually Dubai. Except for one thing. So Eric Rosen is the official photographer for FIDE. So that's good. The pictures from the event will be good. John Benton is subscribed. Time control is 40 moves in 2 hours. Then at move 40, once both players have made 40 moves, they get an extra hour. And then at move 60, each player gets 15 minutes, plus the increment starts after black makes the 60th move. The first 60 moves of the game, there is no increment. Increment only starts at move 61. 40 moves in 2 hours, 20 moves in 1 hour, game 15 minutes, and then the increment starts at move 61. So if none of the games get to 61, there's no increment ever. But I'm sure at least a couple will. This is a 14-game match. First player to get 7.5 wins. If the match finishes before game 14, it's over. Like 7.5, 3.5, 7.5, 4.5, 8-4, whatever. Then the match is over. They won't play the remaining games. There's 5 rest days. God damn. So there'll be a lot of rest days. And so if you come at 7 in the morning my time or earlier, if you're in other parts of the U.S., and it's a rest day, you will be disappointed because you could have slept another 5 or 6 hours. Terrible. 13 draws is incorrect. Yeah. Oh, man, Dubai's great. Don't you just love it here? It's a little cold for this time of year. I'm shocked. Chess theory, I don't know. Grego Bar subscribed. Yes to both. Whichever one you think it is, that's when chess theory evolved more. You're in Dubai? No. What does my shirt mean? Never play F3? It means never play F3. I like the Abu Dhabi do. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. If you have any Flintstones related questions, I'm here. So, yeah. Yay, Casper VLD 100 centidues. What happens if 7.5, 7.5? It's a 14-game match. So that means we're in an alternate universe. If the match is 7-7, they have playoffs, rapid playoffs. And if that happens, the prize money split 55-45. If it's not a tied match, then the prize money split 60-40. The total prize money is $2 million, although FIDE and the local organizers have to get their cut. So, and then after taxes, they'll be lucky to get a double sawbuck out of it. Da-da-da. C4 would be exciting. I do miss the Flintstones. Yeah. Yeah, Hikaru and I are doing live commentary for this event every day. In fact, he's here right now, but you can't see him. Yeah. What was the name of the Great Gazoo, played by Harvey Korman? I don't remember. Will Nepomniachtchi play the King's Gambit? No. Well, Dubai's not the country, so it's not objectionable. All countries are objectionable. Like number one, it would be the UK. That's the most objectionable. Then number two would be, man, what's the second worst country after the UK? I don't know, India. Then the US is probably third. And then, the UAE is somewhere in the middle. So, yeah, every place is objectionable. Turtle2423 subscribed. France is objectionable too. Yeah. The UK or England? The UK. But mainly England, you're right. Yeah. All right, what time is it? It's time to get ill. Now, what's the time? All right, most of you thought the game would be a draw, which is, likely. UAE's good. Do you think Levy can become chess champion? Sure. Except for one thing. Have you seen their pizza? Yeah, the UK is not good. It's true. Yeah. However, some of Succession is there, so let's give it a break. Pinback99 subscribed. No, but seriously, if you like terrible weather, terrible food, and ugly people, the UK's okay. That's fine. Right, sweetie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Karen loves that terrible weather in London. That's her favorite. UK food is excellent, except for one thing. Actually, UK has a lot of vegan places, so I'll give him that. Yeah, but basically every country's terrible. The UAE is not worse than other countries. All right, Jan played E4. We have begun, although it's 7:28, so I'm guessing that's a trick. I don't think Jan can play E4 at 7 when the match hasn't started yet. So that would be my guess. I guess this is the move they play before, like some emissary is there, some super important person, some sheikh, and played E4. Then they're going to put it back because it's not time to start the match yet. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the move that some little kid played before, Yeah.
Who would win in a physical fight between them?
Between Jan and Magnus? Probably Magnus. Yeah, I can see him sitting at the board, and there's a pawn on E4, but obviously somebody else did that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jan's like, what's going on here?
I did predict E4.
Wow, Jan just hit the clock. So somebody played E4 for him, then he's like, okay, and he hit the clock. So there you go. So even though Jan didn't play E4, E4 was played. I think it'd be standard practice to put the move back and then play E4, but he didn't do that. He's like, all right, bam. Okay, yeah, I can see a live video that's not too live, although it's pretty live because it's 7:30. It's pretty live.
Mm-hmm. Hey, yeah. Indo Queen, how's it going?
All right, we see Rui Lopez. Is he going to play A6 or knight F6? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind. What are the two names of this opening?
I don't know. Is it the Rui?
Right? And what's the other name?
Spanish.
Yeah. You say you don't know, and then you know. Okay, so he didn't play the Berlin. The next question is he going to play the open Rui? Is he going to play the what's the name of that with bishop C5 and B5? It has a silly name. Archangel. Yeah. Just call me angel of the Rui archangel. Or will he play bishop E7 And then it'll be an anti-martial. The answer is fries. Let's see. Evil Gwyn subscribe. Good.
You play this Indo Queen? I only play D4 openings, but I know a few.
We have more viewers than I expected because there's the 27 streams following the match. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Bishop E7, Rook E1. Yeah, he castled, and then he probably slid his king, and the DGT thought it was King F1. Yeah. King F1, King E1. So the broadcast is already messed up. That's funny. So what actually happened was castles and then Rook E1. That's what actually happened. Hopefully they'll fix it. Let's see. It says servers down. We'll look into it. Man, I refreshed and that was a mistake. Although it is broken. So the game's wrong. No.
Darn.
The truth hurts.
Well, you could do it back, and then we could at least look at the wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. There we
Never
go.
mind.
It's thinking about it. These are technical difficulties that aren't my fault. Somebody's fault. Let's see. I wouldn't have gone back if it wasn't wrong. Yeah. We're gonna look into it. All right. Well, that's good.
I wouldn't have thought you'd be on TV. I thought you'd be on events. See at the top your address there?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, we'll go there.
Yep, there's events. Broken.
True, but you still were in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fix it. Yeah. No, I can go to Lee Chess. I can go anywhere, but I have the board set up for this stupid board. No.
Darn. Well, I made,
Chess.com couldn't have expected people to watch the game, so it's understandable.
All right, well, I'm going to go over here for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's noisy. Oh, sorry.
Hey, I went to live chess, and it's also doesn't work.
Yay, chess.com.
So, like, chess.com's just down? Could the whole site is down?
Let me verify it.
Yeah. My chess.com works. Well, don't refresh. If you refresh, it ain't going to work, I think.
Yeah, mine doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it says the chess.com stream has the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So basically, the people who run chess.com are choking on their own rage.
I mean, come on.
Yep.
Where's our Danny Wrench? Do our Danny Wrench.
Danny's sitting on a couch going like, wow, I'm Danny Wrench. And he's like, what? Nothing works. I'm still Danny Wrench. Yeah.
Come on.
That's right. Yeah. Da-da-da. The problem is we have the stream set up to watch,
Well, chess.com doesn't want us using Lee Chess. They don't like that.
Yeah.
Your partner.
Mm-hmm.
For better or worse. However, we can do the moves manually if you want.
I can't do the moves manually on chess.com because chess.com's down. I can't get a board. I can't do anything on chess.com.
Analysis board, maybe?
I can't do anything. It's down. I can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
No matter where I go, there's no board.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I could turn on like chess base and then everything would look silly.
Hey, something's happening.
All right, I got a board. Maybe they fixed it except for one thing. Switch. I like that. Switch, and then it goes to like it's no good. And so forth. I mean, I wonder the chess.com people who run everything, like how much they're scrambling getting yelled at now. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the answer is fries. How could this happen? It's chess.com. What do you mean? Yay!
Yes.
The devil dances subscribed. Hooray.
So, you know what? For next time, we'll have an alternate layout with chess base ready.
Okay.
So we can just, switch it over. It's ridiculous.
Right. That's shocking that it doesn't work.
I mean, it's absurd.
Except for one thing. Da-da-da-da. Let's see. I'm going to do something. It's not clear what. Da-da.
I mean, I can even do one real quick.
Well, that's not good. I have to fix that, and then fix it again, and fix it
Which
again.
layout are you on?
Analysis, multiple games. Let's just go to World Championship. Yeah, but that's not good.
I don't understand what the problem is. You only have a board up.
I have a board up, but it's not showing it because the layout's different. See the board here?
Oh, okay.
That's how it popped up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was looking at that screen there.
Let's try again. No. It broke chess.com. No. Yeah. No, I can use another site if their site's down. I don't care about that. Yeah. I don't really have accounts on other. Well, here we go.
I mean,
Here we go.
They do care about it.
They don't care if their site's down. No, they don't. They only care if I'm doing it for no reason.
They got mad one time. You're not recalling and complained.
No, that wasn't because it wasn't because the site was down.
Yeah,
They can complain if they want. I don't care if they
I'm just
complain.
telling you what happened. I'm
All
not
right.
defending it.
Yeah.
They did get mad.
They didn't get mad. They're just dumb. It's like dumb people yell really loud when they're upset. They're just dumb. Yeah. No, this is why I shouldn't be a partner because they're so stupid. Yeah. Karen's forcing me to be a partner. Help, help. Yeah. Yeah. No, I always hated chess.com.
Okay, well,
That's right, John.
so they're still not up?
No, I'll just make this board. I'll just fix this board.
So why
then I'll
don't we
just- yeah.
clone one rather than messing up your layout? So
Okay.
why don't we get a new one and I can real quick,
They're always pretending like they're working.
we can look at chess.
Damn, I saw it and then
24
it was
if
working.
You don't mind making them mad, or we can do chess base.
You mean Lee chess?
No.
Yeah, whatever you think. Just tell me what to do.
Probably better to, not make people mad.
They're not going to be mad. They're not going to care what I'm doing.
Well, why don't we bring up chess base and then
Chess base is up.
Oh, okay.
It's ready.
So I would clone, and I can do this if it's faster if you want, but I would take whatever layout we're currently using when it's working and duplicate it.
Okay.
And then name it chess base.
Uh-huh.
And then before we continue, I'd double check that it's not back up.
It's never going to be back up. It's
I
done.
mean-
It's done for the day.
No.
Yeah, they'll never fix it. There's no way they're going to fix it.
Did you refresh it?
Yep, I refreshed it 800 times.
Oh, I
They're not
see.
going to fix it.
All right. Well,
Yeah, it's not going to be fixed today.
okay. So if where's the chess? So chess base is on
Yep.
there. Okay. So go back to OBS and then just do the normal.
Yeah,
thing
right. That's what I was going to do.
Where you tweak the chessboard.
Yep.
And then we should be good.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can just switch back when we need to.
Mm-hmm. Just call me something of the morning.
I don't know.
Something.
I've got it up over here.
What's that?
On my computer.
You got what?
The game up.
Oh, you mean on another site? Yeah, I thought you meant on the right side, on our site. I was like, wow,
No,
way. Okay, hey everybody, we're the only site that has the game going. So, I can't do it from here. That would make no sense. Okay, so Jan is white, and they played a Rui Lopez, of course, and then the whole thing broke when Jan castled here, and it had him playing King F1 back to E1. So that might actually be like DGT's fault. Possible. That's not clear. But anyway, he castled, obviously. Bishop E7, Rook E1. And then looks like B5, Bishop B3. Looks like castles. And then in this position, Jan... Okay, so Black wants to play the Marshal. No, stop that. And there's like 3 normal ways to stop the marshal. There's A4, D3, and knight C3. Jan played H3, okay, which is also legal. It's an interesting move. Trying to figure out how that helps. It does stop. It takes away G4. So I'm wondering if Black could still play D5 here. But Magnus played knight A5. And Jan quickly played knight takes E5. So this is all normal stuff. Oh.
Can you do it with theirs or no?
I have to like push this, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I can do it. You don't have to do anything.
I don't know if the keys would too.
Yeah. Okay, so Black has the 2 bishops, but White has the what else? And the what else is pretty important. So Magnus gets the 2 bishops, plays bishop to B7. Everybody's in their prep. Then D3. So White's up a pawn, and Black has 2 bishops, and the players are both still in their prep. We're 12 minutes into the game, and both sides have about the same amount of time. And Black played D5, the delayed marshal. Okay, which isn't good because Marshall died a long time ago. So you don't want to delay things too much. I would expect like Magnus would be white here and Jan would be black. But, what do I know? Okay, I'm clicking the wrong computer. Okay, Magnus is the first one to threaten checkmate. So like, if most of you guys were playing, then white would go knight C3 attacking the queen and then mate. Terrible. That's why you're not playing in the World Championship. Yeah. And then they're still playing very quickly. Queen F3. This is still all their prep. Bishop to D6.
When you get caught up, people are claiming the sides back up.
So okay.
Probably switch back.
Then King F1 was played quickly. And a move I would never consider. I wouldn't even consider considering it. What I mean is, like, I can't even explain how much I wouldn't consider this move.
All right.
Is Rook F8. Don't ask me the point of that move because I don't know. But I think the point is when the queens come off, Black's going to play C5, C4, and his rook is well placed, and he's going to trade a lot of stuff and draw the game. Now that move has stopped Jan in his tracks. Jan isn't moving anymore, so I think that move isn't normal. Yeah. Go whatever your site is. You can do it. Da-da-da. It looks like it's sort of back up, but it's slow. That's pretty good, right? Come on, chess.com. I can't get to it. I'm trying. I'm closer. Yeah. If you want me to.
Might even want to get a new window.
Close? You mean close it or just?
I'll just get a new window.
You mean close this or just open another one?
Close the window.
But you mean open another window? I don't know if I should do that. That doesn't seem good, but all right.
Well, when things break, that's the best thing to do.
I'm not used to chess.com being so incompetent, just like normal incompetent. Not that incompetent. It's the World Championship. Let's make sure it doesn't work. Yeah. No. Oh, their coverage stopped because, yeah, that is a good idea.
I guess they still don't have it. Maybe.
No, they'll have it. They just don't have the video coverage. Yeah, I just clicked on the wrong thing.
Oh, I see. Oh, you clicked on the TV.
Yeah.
I see. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Here we go.
But usually it's not like this. So I don't know. Active games. Come on, work. The more you donate, the more it works, or I don't know, less it works. I like whether they're on break immediately because they can't get anything to work.
Well, at least we have the other board. We're caught up with the moves anyway.
It's definitely not Dubai's fault. It's definitely chess.com is at fault, and then Danny Wrench, and then Fabiano, and then probably Hess for some reason, I don't know. And then chess.com again, and then Eric, That's whose fault it is.
Chess.com.
You guys say it's back up, but I can't get it.
Yeah, it's still not working for us.
Yeah, also the DGT did mess up because it had Jan playing king f1 instead of castles. So if Jan had picked his king up and gone to g1, then that wouldn't have happened. But he probably slid his king, and then it registered king f1. Then when he played rook e1 next move, it thought he played the king back to e1. And then chess.com is like, what's happening? And then you guys at home are like, well, I guess he played king f1, king e1. Whenever the moves don't make any sense, it's a DGT error because the players didn't do what the DGT likes. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yay, more whatever you guys are doing. No, I can see the camera. That's not the problem. Yeah. I'm probably not allowed to show the camera. It's not my camera. Let's see. Let's click that. And then refresh. Yeah, you guys said it's back, but I don't have it. Yeah. Rook b8 makes more sense than rook c8. But the rook's on c8 here.
Trying to learn says the position. Yeah, okay, you saw that already. Position.
What's that?
Trying to learn says the position's wrong.
Okay, rook is on b8. We're looking on chess 24 and the rook's on c8.
And refresh it there.
That I messed up. You'll have to do it.
There.
Yeah. Da-da.
Make it easier.
Yeah, let me turn the sound. Oh, he played rook fb8, then they traded queens. Okay. Rook fb8 does make slightly more sense to me, but still doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. That was another error. I mean, chess 24 has rook here. It's on their site. Okay, so this move defends the bishop on b7, which means if black doesn't want to trade queens, and he doesn't, because black has an attack and more development and two bishops, and he's down a pawn, he can now move his queen away somewhere, and white can't take the bishop for free. The reason he played rook fb instead of rook aba is he wants his a pawn defended, and there's no pins. That way his bishop can move, and he can take with the bishop on d5 if necessary. And Jan did trade queens. Queen, why can't I do that? I did do it. Yay, I'm the best. So we have 1,600 people watching, and so by not showing the game, we're doing great. If none of the streams can show the game, this is the best stream. Because, what are they going to do? They'll be like, and I'm going to make fun of them. So, yeah. Yay, thanks 11 years. You're the best. I'm not sure at what, but something. You're definitely the best at it. Whatever it is. Let's see here. It says everything's broken. Open link in new tab. So he took with the knight, and that's all I got. Okay. So we'll do that.
All right, yeah, I got chess 24 back. Man, they were having issues too.
Yep. Yeah, chess 24 played rook fc8. Now, it's been suggested over the years that some sites intentionally play the wrong move, and then they refresh it later to see who's stealing from them. But since chess 24 is already stealing... Now, somebody asked, why did white play king f1? Okay, so in this position, obviously king f1 is preparation because he thought forever and he played king f1 instantly. But the king's better on f1 than g1 if we're going to trade queens. We want our king to defend on the e-file. Otherwise, it might be dangerous if black puts a rook on e8 and pins the knight to the rook. It's much less dangerous if my king is on f1. So that explains why you would play king f1. Basically, white wants to stop black's initiative and just have the game be a normal game where both sides are just trying to play good moves and improve, and there's no one-move threats, and then white's up a pawn. And black's like, yeah, but I got 2 bishops, I have a lead in development, and your extra pawn is doubled, so I literally don't care. Well, figuratively he does, because the pawn's a figure, it's an extra, it's a pieshka, so. So this is the current position, possibly. I got a link to the best site, which is this one. This is the secret illegal site. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that says this is the position.
I mean, they're just getting it from the same place that Chess 24 is getting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, there's so many sex jokes I'm not making because we have 2,000 viewers now.
Yay.
Yeah, getting it from the same place they're getting it. Yeah. Return to Sanity subscribed. Now, I missed a lot of you because we were busy choking on our own rage. So let's thank the people who gave, stuff. Papa John Cena gave 69 bits. 9. No Sleep Pete subscribed. Thank you. Arsenal 717 subscribed. Go Hotspurs. I like Tottenham. 11 years gave 1,000 bits instead of 11,000 bits, as his name suggests. But thanks anyway.
This is funny. Chess Dojo Live was trying to resize the lead chessboard for their layout.
Yeah, the truth hurts. iOS 7 Undead resubscribed. Good. New Centurion 13 gifted a sub. Farty Party gave 100 bits. Sappy or Sapple? Sappy Live gave 3 bits. Thank you. He put his 2 cents in and then some. Will be 341. I'ma be given 300 bits.
There's been a move.
You know what I think about those 300 bits from I'ma be will be? Fergalicious. Storm 2709 resubscribed. Tuesday's Green resubscribed. The Devil Dances resubscribed. And then I think we're caught up. I think that's everybody. And so forth.
The rook is still in the right place.
Yeah, you have to refresh your thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
All right, let me refresh then.
Yeah. Also, I think I have to refresh. Everything's... Oh, no, it's in the right place. I was analyzing a variation.
Oh.
That's what happened.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Let's see. Get rid of this nonsense. Man, I refreshed my stream and it's gone. Darn. Okay, there it is. Yeah, truth hurts. Okay, somebody was asking why he played King F1, and I was explaining. Okay, knight takes, and then he played Bishop D2. Perfectly sensible move. One of Black's ideas was to play knight B4 and threaten C2, and Bishop D2 is supposed to take the sting out of it. Now, for example, if White plays the obvious, frankly, knight C3, okay, now if I play knight B4 attacking your pawn, how are you going to defend it? Exactly. Your silence speaks volumes. If you play rook E2, which is the only way to technically, then your rook's defending your knight and your C pawn. So I could take the knight, then take the C pawn, or I could take the C pawn, then take the knight.
Right.
So that okay. So Jan's like, that's no good. So he played Bishop D2. Okay. Now if knight B4, he has a lot of options. He could take the knight. He could play knight A3, which looks terrible, horrible, or I guess those are his 2 options. Yeah, I think he's going to take the knight if there, and then basically he's a pawn up, and it's 2 knights against 2 bishops, and his extra pawn's doubled, so probably a draw. But I'd probably rather have white. I like being a pawn up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Magnus moved very quickly, which indicates to me he's still in his prep. Yeah, Magnus has used 7 minutes for 1,000 moves. I don't think Magnus in this position would move in a minute or less if it wasn't his prep. That's my opinion. Because he would consider, making love for his king, or playing the move he played, or playing knight b4. I don't think he would move in like 40 seconds because he has hours on his clock. And he played c5. So in my opinion, Magnus is in prep, and Jan is definitely not in prep. There's a 0% chance Jan's in prep. Because Jan is a very fast player, and he's playing very slowly. So if this is still Magnus's prep, and Magnus thinks that it's equal, then that's good prep. Black and still in prep and has no problems. Yeah. This was a Ruy Lopez. In fact, let's go back to the beginning. Like, what's that group called? In the beginning. There's 3 names. There's this guy, that guy, and the other guy. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. I pulled that out of my ass.
I mean, I needed a little more. I wasn't going to be able to help.
Yeah, that's right. The Beatles. Do you mind explaining the time control for the 775th time? Is that what you meant? No. 40 moves in 2 hours, 20 moves in 1 hour, and then it moves 61. The players get 15 minutes each extra, and there's an increment after move 61, after move 60. So there's no increment now. They're just playing. The play. Yeah. LOL them. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. That's right. Yeah. Frankly, ridiculous.
So it looks like it came back over there.
It does?
Isn't that it?
Let's see. And the players are there choking on their own rage. So that's got to be right. All right, let's see if that works. Frankly, ridiculous. Yeah.
And we got the other. Just leave chess base up.
Analysis, multiple games. Oh yeah, I gotta click this. All right. How's that looking, everybody? Suspicious?
But again, we got the other one in case they go down.
That's correct.
Which could happen.
All right, chess.com is back. It's funny. I could only, like, you guys are just like, la, 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 la. I don't have to wear pants because I'm not streaming. That's what you guys are thinking. Okay. When that happened and, like, they had to go on break and nobody could watch it, you're going to see a video from Danny Wrench tonight about, the state of chess.com and we apologize and all that bullshit, right? He's going to make a video about we're sorry and it won't happen again.
Maybe.
And then it'll happen the next game.
But, it is. I got to show off the emote.
They get so upset when stuff like that doesn't work. Like, we were upset because if we have 1,500 people watching and they're like, man, Feingold's an idiot. I like his hot wife, but she has too much clothes on. Then it's going to be like 300 people watching, right? So we can't risk. But chess.com, they're like, well, if chess.com doesn't work, nobody works. We'll just sit here and watch stupid commercials. So it's actually more important for us, right? Not really.
I guess.
Sounded good. Yeah. Yeah. Chess24 should apologize for chess.com. That is true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, never play F3. You don't see F3 in this game, do you? I don't think so. Okay, now the engine likes white, and the reason the engine likes white, now sit down I don't want you to pass out, is because white's up a pawn. And if you tell the engine, but black has 2 bishops, and white has doubled pawns, and black has all his pieces out, the engine literally doesn't care because it wasn't programmed to care, right? It doesn't like the care program. It doesn't like it. And it says white's a pawn up, beep, beep, beep. It's an old computer. And so the engine prefers white because white's up a pawn. And so on. If I look at the 2 players, it looks like it's Magnus's move just by their body language. Now, if that's true, which it's not, but if it was true, then the board's not updating. But maybe it's not true. Maybe it's Jan's move and just Magnus looks more focused to me than Jan. Yeah. Now, Jan has a problem in this match. Magnus is just thinking about the chessboard, okay? And Jan is thinking about the board and his man bun. So he's like, wait, what are people saying about my man bun? And that's distracting him from the game. Yeah. No, it is Jan's move. His clock, I can see his clock is running. Yeah. They built the table just for this event. So the organizer had a schematic, and then the builders built it, just for this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they made this Now, what's funny is in previous world championships in the 70s and 80s and such, the players would have their own chair. And I remember Korchnay's chair was huge. He wanted to sit like him and Karpov, like rawr, right? You know, like in Curb, when Manuel Miranda was trying to get the good chair, and he was stronger than Larry and younger, so he got the good chair. If you remember that.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
They built the building around the chessboard. You know what's funny? At the U.S. Championship in San Diego before you guys were born, 2000, I'm going to say 5, but I don't know. They actually constructed a building for the U.S. Championship. And they were still making it when we got there. They were like putting the door on, right? And they said, this is the permanent home of the U.S. Championship. And that was the only year that it was there. And it was right under where all the airplanes take off and land in San Diego. So it was really noisy. And they provided earplugs for the players. It sounds like that's a joke, but it's all true, right? And Yasser could tell that story. It would take him an hour to tell it, but he was there. So he could be like, yes, in 2005. Yeah. Actually, I don't think Yasser played in that event for some reason. I'm not sure why.
C.L. Smith says that
Yeah.
Nepo he's rattled because he heard about my man bun comments. The man bun's not bad.
Now, in my opinion, Magnus already knows this position. Obviously, he doesn't know what Jan's going to play on move 1. But if Jan does play e4, it's likely to be a Ruy Lopez. And if it's a Ruy Lopez, I don't think h3 on move 8 was the move that is the most common after castles. So here he must have been prepared for c3, h3, a4, d3, and he has to remember his h3 prep. And this is his h3 prep. Okay, and then possibly rook fb8's a new move, possibly, because Jan thought a long time here, possibly. And then this position, Magnus has played so quickly, it has to be still in his preparation. Maybe it's the end of his preparation, I don't know. And since they prepare everything for every opening, remembering is hard because he has to remember ideas and positions in like 75 different positions. And if this is one of them, you know, who knows what he remembers. And Jan obviously is out of preparation because he won't move. And Jan's a very fast player. So, now, you could argue the opening battle was won by Magnus because he prepared more than Jan, or you could argue Jan won the opening battle because the engine says so. So if I prepare more than you, let's say I'm playing Karen, and I prepare more than her, and we're on move 12, and I'm like, come on, I know 10 more moves of this, and Karen's like, I'm out of prep on move 2. So the last 10 moves, she's thought for an hour, and I haven't thought at all. And you're like, wow, Ben won the opening battle, but then the engine says Karen's winning. So I won the opening battle by getting a lost position. So even though Magnus won the opening battle of who prepped more, the engine wants to have white. It prefers white.
Hey, Charlotte Chess Center, how's it going? Charlotte Chess Center.
Good morning, Ben and Karen. Why are you up so late? Come on, the game started a long time ago. Yeah.
Hey, C.L. Smith said there's some games in the database.
In this position?
But I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. He said all 4 games.
No. That wouldn't be
Okay.
joking.
He
Yeah.
said 4 games.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that's the part I wasn't sure if it was a
Right.
joke.
So in this position, the engine says knight c3 is the best. Obviously, he wants to play knight c3. That's, knight can't stay on b1 forever. And then he's analyzing the ramifications of knight b4. So one of the key lines, unless you're in Florida, then it's one of the key lines, is knight c3, knight b4, rook a c1. You can't move the other rook to c1 because the knight's not protected. And here, that knight's pretty good. Pretty good. And it just sits there, and white can't play a3 and kick it out, and white's rook is tied down to the c pawn. Now, fortunately, the engine says f6 is a good move here, so I guess I wore the wrong shirt, or maybe it was the right shirt, I don't know. Something. And again, it prefers white because white's up a pawn, And black obviously has all kinds of compensation. Doubled pawn for white, 2 bishops, black's pieces are all great. The knight on b4 is all up in white's grill. So good compensation for a pawn. All right. So that could happen. Yeah. I mean, in theory, communism works. So, yeah. And so forth. Okay, now they're showing different position. So let me refresh. That'll break everything, but what are you going to do? Sometimes you have to try to break everything. Yeah. It's funny, when I look at the players and don't look at anything else, it looks like it's Magnus's move. See, look at Magnus. He's choking on his own rage. Yeah. I think it's both players are going to make a move. Now, in the New York Open, before you were born, and this is an actual before they were born, more than half the chat, this is before you were born. There was a gameplay between Jan Elvest and Joel Benjamin, and possibly Jan Elvest was intoxicated. Possibly. Okay? And Joel was thinking about his move, and Elvest moved. He made 2 moves in a row because he forgot whose turn it was. At one point, he was top 10 in the world, but he didn't know whose turn it was. So then he dropped out of the top 10. Yeah.
That's funny.
There was another grandmaster from Iceland who I won't mention because I don't want to drag his name into the mud. And he was like dribbling at the board. He was like this, and he was like, there was this like, yeah, because he was more intoxicated than Elvest. Yeah. So if you want to be one of the top players in the world, now you know what to do. You thought it was taking illegal drugs. That's what you thought, but that was Queen's Gambit. Okay, that's wrong. In real life, it's drinking alcohol. Yeah.
Thank you, Groovy Hassie. First time chat. He says he likes the commentary.
That's correct.
He likes hearing about drunk players.
I was at a tournament in California about, what year is this, 2021? And then it's about 1994. Could have been 95. Could be 95. Let's say 95. I played in the Continental Open, and the best player in the tournament was Christopher Walken. The Continental Open. That was a complicated joke. Yeah. Even I don't get it. I do get it, but it's going to be hard for the chat to get that. And
I don't know the movie.
It's not. It's a SNL skit.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an SNL skit where he's in the Continental and the complicated. Okay, so what was my Continental story? Oh, yeah. So Elvest was there, and in round 1, he lost to like some 2,300. In round 2, he played a very elderly man, I would say 70s. I don't think 80s, probably like 75 to 80. And the guy was like 1,900. And they're playing, and Elvest is drinking alcohol at the board. He's totally wasted. And the guy beats him, the 1,900. And when the game ended, Elvest is in the tournament room with the guy analyzing the game and laughing. I was like, what? He ended up withdrawing, but normally when a GM loses to a 1,900, they're not laughing and think it's funny. Yeah, or maybe they are. I don't know. What's going on over here?
I want to log in as me for a minute.
No, but you the sound is probably on.
No, I muted it this time.
I know. Okay, so Jan always retreats because he knows that I'm the best stream showing the match. So he plays knight f3, knight e5 to f3. The computer is not impressed with that move. I understand that move. The knight's attacked, and that ties down the rook. So it does make sense to have the knight defended and not attacked, and the rook isn't defending it. That makes sense. Problem is, if black plays knight b4 here, white doesn't want to play knight a3 because the knight a3 is terrible. Doesn't want to play rook c1 because then you're giving up the e file and your rook is defending a c pawn. And you don't want to take the knight because then it's 2 bishops against 2 knights. So Magnus almost certainly didn't look at the move knight f3 because it's not very incisive and it's passive. So probably Magnus is out of his prep now. If he is in his prep, he probably forgot because knight f3 was probably like the 4th move they were looking at. Or they didn't look at it. Now we're on move 17, so it's hard to believe they looked at this position because knight f3 is, not the most common move. So the engine wants to either put this rook back into the game, like, here, or play bishop f8, always play bishop f8, or play knight b4. Those are the three engine moves. Knight b4 being the preferred move. Right, the bishop on d6 is just waiting to get attacked. It's waiting for one of these knights to go to e4. Knight here or knight here. The bishop has to move anyway, so we might as well put the bishop here. That way there's never a back rank check. The bishop defends everything. It's not loose. It's just a safe move. Rook d8 gets the rook here. This rook can move, and knight b4 has an obvious threat. And Magnus is out of his prep, so he's going to be thinking, right? And it looks like he's choking on his rage, but he's not. You always look like you're choking on your rage.
Please use arrows while saying moves.
Exactly. The more you donate, the more I'll
More arrows.
say. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
First
Also, I
time
use arrows
shot,
almost every
then
time.
Shady.
Boo, boo.
Well,
Yeah.
it's hard for the lowers. I'm a lower. I can't envision it.
What? Envision what?
Well, it's good practice to. Sometimes it's hard.
Look, never play f3. And Jan was seriously thinking about playing f3. And he was like, no, Ben said never play f3. And Ben might be wearing the shirt today. He didn't know. I didn't tell him. So he put his knight on f3 just so he couldn't do it. Right? And then that's why Magnus is so upset. He's like, man, that guy's a good player. He stopped himself from playing f3. Now, look at him. He looks really sad. I like their analysis. They're not at a computer. They're like sitting on a couch. They're like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, exactly. Is that MVL or Hess? It really looks like both of them. It looks like MVL and Hess.
From here, it looks like MVL, but I can't.
Right. But why would MVL be like sitting in America with Danny Wrench? And that doesn't make any sense. Oh, MVL is there? It's both? Yeah, I think it's both. I think they yeah. This guy said MVL's the first, and then it's Hess. So it's both.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's Hess. Yeah, it can't be MVL. MVL's not flying out with Danny. I mean, come on. Yeah, it's Hess. Yeah, Hess looks like MVL, which Hess is better looking than MVL, but it still looks good. So it's weird, right? You agree with all that?
Wait, say it again.
Hess is better looking than MVL. Man, the truth hurts. Man.
I mean, I don't know. I guess so.
Man.
They're similar.
They're in Dubai, not America. I don't believe that. So that's funny. It is Hess, but MVL's going to be there in a minute. Like, what? How could... Did Hess intentionally make himself look like MVL? That's what I think. That's what I think happened.
Like a super fan.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. That's probably what. That's not a joke.
Superstar.
I think he's like, I look like MVL now. People take me seriously. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Danny Wrench thinks like, oh, I'm a good chess player, so I'm going to analyze with Fabi and MVL. And Hess knows. Hess knows what's going on. Hess knows he's no good and they're good, right? And Danny's like, I'm pretty good. Ugh, horrible. Papa John Cena, yay, Papa John.
I think Danny thinks he's good enough and that he's adding personality.
Right, and that's wrong.
Right. I'm not saying
he's
it's
so
accurate.
much worse than Fabi and MVL, but he doesn't know it. I mean, he just doesn't know.
But I mean, he's adding personality. Yeah. It could be argued that some don't like the personality being added.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean it's nepotism for himself. It's self-nepotism. It's like, I'm the head of the company. I'll do analysis. It's like when Dave did the Wendy's commercials. Remember that? Remember when Dave did that?
I remember that.
Yeah, that guy's not. Stop doing commercials. Hire professionals.
Well, I mean, Danny's amusing.
I mean, that's what Fabi and MVL said. He's amusing because they saw him play chess. Yeah. But anyway, if you have MVL and Fabi, that's good analysis. That's good, right? There's good and there's not good. They're good. So, yeah. Okay, so I like watching the live video because you can see how much the players are choking on their rage. And when I play chess, I'm always choking on my rage. So here I'm not choking on my rage so much. So I like watching other people do it. Yeah. By the way, I used to tell all my students this when I taught chess. None of them listened, but Is your sound off? Okay. Now, if you're watching the live video, if you are, you see how Magnus thinks when he's sitting? Weak players don't do that. Weak players are like, la 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 la. That's what they do when they're playing. If you go to a tournament like the World Open, Chicago Open, if you're American, North American Open, National Open, etc., mainly etc., go to the top boards in the open section and watch them sit and think, then go to the bottom boards. Back me up.
Yeah.
You've played in the bottom boards at the World Open.
Yeah.
And then you've seen like super GMs sitting there and thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, you can see. And also, it's like that in every game. Go to a bridge tournament. Okay, if I go and you tell me, look at that player and the way he holds his cards, I'll tell you whether he's good. I'm not kidding. Right? Good players have a way about them. And I remember at the World Open, there was a complaint on the bottom boards because a guy was eating his styrofoam cup. He actually ate it.
Really?
He was eating it. Like grandmasters rarely do that. They just sit there intoxicated. Oh, wait a minute. But you get the point. So see how Magnus looks, right? The weak players in our club don't look like that. They're like little kids. They got the flip-flops on, and they're just making as much noise as possible.
I wouldn't talk too much about how they look, because then people are going to go watch somewhere else.
No. They have to watch here because I'm the only good commentary. Then other people with the initials RO, we won't say who they are, they're just nonstop swearing and throwing things, right? Those are the lower-rated players. Higher-rated players are like that, right? It's like this straight, yeah. Mm-hmm. And a lot of high-rated players like Kaidanov, when they walk around, they're thinking about the game. They're like walking around and they're like, indeed. Yeah, especially the British players. Right. Now, I've made fun of Ginger GM on occasion. He's not one of the best players in Britain. He's not top 5, he's not top 10, right? Okay. I can't even imagine Ginger GM looking like that. I imagine he has a beer and he's just playing H4 and he's having a good time, right? Back me up. That's, sorry.
No, I think he.
Look at that. Ginger GM, look at that. Ginger GM never sat like that. Yeah. Ginger GM's like, oh, my kitty cat's with me and I have a beer and, whatever. Yeah. Okay. He would no doubt have a beer. That's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why are you closing the chess center? Because you touch yourself at night. That's why. Terrible. Right. Now, based on the way this is looking, I predict the win. I predicted this earlier in this broadcast. You can go back and look. I predict the winner will be of this match. Do you remember who I predicted?
I didn't think you ever predicted.
No, I did. Levy Roseman.
Oh.
Yeah. Gotham Chess win for sure. Yeah. Exactly. Ginger GM 2F5. Ginger GM wouldn't have a beer at 8 a.m.? Is that what you wrote? I disagree.
Wait, who said that?
I don't know. He said Ginger GM would have a beer at 8 a.m. Terrible.
He seems like he would, but I don't know.
Now, when you watch internet analysis from the gawking rabble, which is you, the most common thing said in the chat is, I don't mean this game, I just mean in general, is why is he thinking so long? So you guys are asking in a chess game why somebody's thinking. Maybe that's why you're not playing for the World Championship. Maybe. Man, when Karpov played Korchnoi and Kasparov in the 70s and 80s, they never moved. It was weird. Like, you thought you played slow like before? No, they never moved. It's like, it was like move 15 and one would think 20 minutes and the next guy would think 18 minutes. Then the next move was 20 minutes. They never moved, ever. And then like I moved 25. They're like, damn, we have no time. But are you ready are you sitting down? Mm-hmm. They played 40 in 2.5. So after 40 moves, it's already been 5 hours. And a lot of those games were adjourned. So those games took 8-9 hours.
Yeah.
Because they never moved. If you move, it could be a mistake. If you don't move, you're good. So there you go. That makes sense?
Yeah. But I like it not so long.
Kjell and Eder subscribed, and so did some other people. So here's what you guys have to realize about this kind of thing. It's a world championship over almost 3 weeks. It's possible. I'm not saying it's true. It's possible. If they make one bad move, that loses the match. Now, you guys make 10 bad moves the first 20 moves of the game. They could make one bad move in the match out of, let's see, 14 times, like 600 moves, and that could be why they lost the match, if the move is bad enough. So it's actually very scary to move. There's a lot of pressure.
Will you actually analyze the game?
No, absolutely not.
You could.
It's hard to when nobody ever makes a move. And
What I would
analyze
say is occasionally a review would be nice.
No. Okay.
For me.
No. Okay. Now, here's how important each move is. Even Karen's going to be impressed.
I'm just waiting on my review.
Thinking about Jan, okay? If Jan loses the match or wins the match, what's the difference in like his life? Not his chess life, his life.
I mean, he wins a lot of money.
It's not just a lot of money. He's the world champion, so that's forever.
Yeah.
That means he plays the next world championship.
Yeah,
that means when he plays in Super GM tournaments, he gets the world champion appearance fee. Mm-hmm. That means Putin's probably like, you're the world champion, here's a car, and here's a lot of money and illegal stuff, right? Mm-hmm. For Magnus, Magnus has been world champion forever, highest rated player in the world forever, But for Jan, it's the whole life is different. And the only similar thing I can mention in sports is when somebody in tennis, that's nothing to sneeze at, it's millions. Somebody in tennis who's a random player that you've never heard of, and they make nothing, they start killing it. That happens like once or twice a year in the Grand Slams. Somebody you haven't heard of who makes $40,000, $50,000 a year playing tennis gets to the semifinals somehow. Their prize money is $500,000. They get endorsements from everybody. They get to play in all the tournaments now. That's life-changing. If Federer makes it to the semifinals, he literally doesn't care. He only wants to win the tournament. So for Jan, this is really important, this match. Every move is really important. So it's important never to move. The only thing he could do wrong is move. Don't ever move. All right, we'll do a game review. It was a Ruy Lopez. And the funniest part of the game so far was whoever made the first move, I don't mean the players, I mean they get they get somebody important to make the first move, Usually that move is taken back and the player makes his own move. And if it's the same move, the player takes the move back and then plays it. But Jan just let E4 sit on the board and hit the clock. So he didn't, probably illegal. Imagine if you were playing in a tournament and I made the move for you and you hit the clock. They'd be like, wait a minute, what's happening here? Okay, so it was now the question was, would it be a Berlin with knight f6? And the answer was 9. So it was a normal Ruy. And Magnus would have played the Marshal, okay? And the Marshal is white plays c3. And then black is PO'd, so plays d5, a pawn sacrifice. First played in Capablanca Marshall, your favorite game. Now, who won that game? Capablanca or Marshall?
What?
What?
Which game?
Capablanca, Marshall.
I wouldn't know.
You just guess which player's better and guess them.
Capablanca.
That's right, yeah. Okay, supposedly Marshall waited for years to play his gambit, then Capablanca beat him.
Oh.
Okay. They don't play the same way that Marshall did. So in the original Marshall, okay, so these days in this position, every grandmaster plays c6, okay? When Marshall played the Marshall and invented it, this was his idea. Knight f6, which nobody plays now. Mm-hmm. Then you can play bishop g4, knight g4, etc., right? Especially knight g4. And then you play bishop d6, knight g4, queen h4, and white's pieces are here. There was a player in Michigan that only I've heard of, Dexter Thompson, who actually got to 2396 at his peak. When he played the Marshall, he often played knight f6. His opponents are like, what? Because nobody plays that. So he knew all the analysis, and his opponents are like, I don't know that move. So then give him the smackdown. Okay. Now, most GMs today, they believe the marshal is sound. Like, that's okay for black. It's probably a draw. So most of the marshals are drawn, most of them. So a lot of people don't play c3, and they play some other move which technically prevents the marshal. Not really sure why h3 prevents the marshal. I think you could still play d5, but nobody plays d5 here. So after d5, since white hasn't played c3, white could play knight c3. And then not take this pawn and just have like a nice bishop threatening the knight. This pawn's under attack. Yeah, maybe white's better here. Okay, so after h3, knight a5, giving up his e-pawn, but getting the two bishops. Now, when I played in Europe before you were born, my teammate in Dortmund was Bernd Stein. Okay? And in this position, he played a very unusual line for black, and he knew it in and out, and his opponents were like, what? And he did really well with it. He would play b5 and knight a5 and give up this pawn. You see how the engine doesn't even take the pawn. But he wanted this bishop. So he gets the two bishops, and his opponent had the vatels. He played that all the time, and his opponents were like, what? What's that? So he did well. I saw him do well with it. So this idea of sacrificing the e-pawn with knight a5 has been around since, Jesus signed Rex's yearbook. All right. So he took, and then we have the two bishops versus the extra pawn. Okay, white traded queens, which he wants to do. If you're a pawn up, trade queens. And Magnus obviously doesn't know knight f3 because he never moves. Now, if he doesn't move the rest of the game, he's going to lose on time. So that might not be the right thing to do. Let's refresh and try to break the stream again. Yeah. So Magnus has been thinking a long time here. As you can see, he's choking on his rage. Yeah. Can you read that? Is it Senzen?
Yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't have said it that way, but you're right.
Did you ever play GM Norman Weinstein? I have two answers to that. Number one, Norman Weinstein never became a GM. And number two, no. All right, now, you're sitting down? Mm-hmm. Other than chess, what's Norman Weinstein known for? And when I tell you, you're going to look at me like, what? The truth hurts.
I don't know who
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in prison for murder.
I don't even know who he is.
Right. Well, now you do. So he's in prison for murder, and he was like 2,400 at chess. His brother... Wait, did you say Raymond or Norman? Maybe you said Norman. Let me go... What did he say? Go up.
Okay.
They're brothers, but I forgot. Actually, wait, they're not related? No, they're not related. I thought they were brothers, but I think they're not related. Oh, Norman Weinstein. I thought you meant Raymond Weinstein. All right. Raymond Weinstein's the one in jail. In prison. I think he's dead now. Norman Weinstein is related to Arthur Bisgeier, which that guy didn't know. Mm. Yeah. And I did play Norman Weinstein. When I was 5 years old, I went to the Livonia Chess Club. We were in Livonia.
Yeah.
And I played him in a simul. And I have the score sheet. Mm-hmm. It's in descriptive.
Oh, that's fine.
I didn't do well. I didn't do well. I did play Norman Weinstein in a simul. Yeah, when I was 5. So, yeah, but he was an IM and I was like 100 strength. So.
Groovy Hassy says, I played Norman in a simul.
Yeah. No, Raymond Weinstein is the one who's in prison. I actually don't think they're related. Bisgeier wasn't Bisgeier and Soltis was never Soltis. That's right. That sounds like a quote I would make from the 82 U.S. Open. Yeah.
All right, so...
As per Wikipedia. What, Raymond Weinstein is alive? Wow. He's probably old. Norman, as far as I know, hasn't murdered anyone, but I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, who knows? Yeah. If Magnus played ace-6, will he play the whole match? It doesn't mean that, no. Yeah. Usually when I talk about people, and I don't know if they're dead or alive, and they are alive, and they're famous people, he's not a famous person, then in the next week, they're done for. I talk about somebody, then in like 3 years later, like they die. And I'm like, damn, it was my fault. That's why I never talk about Betty White. I only talk about Betty Davis, because that's safe, right? Yeah. Okay, Magnus did move. Magnus played rook c8. So after thinking for 12 hours, he moved his rook 1 square. See? Yeah, that's why he's world champion. So now both players are on their own. They don't know this position, and they're going to play like in Color of Money. We'll just play. If I win, nothing. If you win, I'll throw you $20. No? What movie? Color of Money. Who were the two actors involved in that scene?
I haven't seen that movie.
Tom Cruise and John Turturro.
Hey, can you look at the upper right video and make sure that the rook... Some people are saying the rook's on d8. Maybe you could see something on those boards up there.
Rook g8 does make more sense to me. I agree. Okay. Yeah, the rook's on d8, and it says rook c8. So I think and again, Nepomniachtchi, he played castles, and the king slid to f1. I'm guessing Magnus slid his rook to d8. Instead of picking the rook up, he slid, and when it hits c8, the GGG is like rook c8. Yeah. So that means it's broken again. And if I refresh, the whole site's down.
No, it might be just one.
Yeah, the rook is on d8. Yeah. It's a really tiny chessboard there, but you can see it there too.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
They're analyzing rook c8, the analysis. They're like lighting up squares and saying after rook c, yeah, right. No, because rook c8's reasonable, but rook d8 makes more sense just to let this other rook out some more. Yeah. Truth hurts.
Yeah, Ben's going to do a recap at the end of the game. So he will go through the whole thing again. And that's good for people like me that can't follow it all.
Newman and Forrest Whitaker, Forrest Whitaker's great. But the scene I was referring to is when they first meet Tom Cruise, and John Turturro is a pool hustler, and he gets his money from Paul Newman. And Tom Cruise beats Turturro every game, and then Turturro doesn't want to play anymore, and Tom Cruise says, okay, let's just play for fun. And Turturro looks at him funny, like, why would you do that? He says, okay, if you win, I give you 20. If I win, nothing. And then Turturro shakes his head and walks away. And he says, no? The scene you're talking about is totally different, where Forrest Whitaker hustles Paul Newman, and that has a great ending. So Forrest Whitaker has the funny eye, which is really good for hustling pool. You know, in real life, he's got one of his eyes doesn't make sense. So he's like acting like there's something wrong with him, and he beats Paul Newman for, because he's hustling him. And then Paul Newman realizes he's being hustled, which is weird because he's hustling. And then at the end, Forrest Whitaker says, I got a question for you, and I want you to be honest with me. Do you think I need to lose a little weight? And then he laughs and walks away.
I haven't noticed the funny eye. Hey, but listen.
You haven't noticed the funny eye in Forrest Whitaker?
No. I just haven't noticed it. Haven't seen him in anything in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, so they were saying, let's talk a little bit more chess stuff.
Why is Danny on Chess Tech? He won't quit talking. That sounds.
Hey, so they were saying that Caruana was analyzing the rook c8 move, which is funny. If that's
right,
true.
yeah, I saw that too. Yep, the rook is still on c8 there, and Danny's like, I'm Danny Wrench. Our shit doesn't work. We have the best players in the world analyzing their own position. Yeah.
It's just funny.
Yeah. I want to revive the man bun. Man, truth hurts. The Hustler is a classic movie, one of the top 20 movies of all time. The Color of Money is like a B-. So that answers your question.
Yay, Rogue Bagel.
Yeah, even asking that question is, I've never been so embarrassed. Rogue Bagel. Hey, speaking of Rogue Bagel.
You're hungry?
Yeah, you said you're going to go to Starbucks, and you were going to order food from Publix, and you said you were going to spin in a circle.
I got up this morning and I almost finished the lentil soup. I prepped the
She makes good lentil soup and then some.
I got all the spices mixed and measured.
Well, I guess I'll analyze Rook D8 now. Now, Rook D8 is the same analysis as Rook C8. Just copy and paste. It's like, and Danny's saying, no, Fabi, we're never going to show you the right position. But you're one of the best players in the world, so you have to just pretend it might not be the right position and analyze other moves. He's like, well, that's a very reasonable thing for you to say, Danny. and I think white has a slight advantage. But I don't see Magnus having any particular problems later in the game, and it seems like it's heading towards a draw. Is that the analysis you want to watch? Terrible. That's exactly what he's saying, even though I can't hear him. Hard to understand.
Yeah,
He's got the Spencer haircut.
Similar.
Yeah. I think Spencer and Fabi are the same person. Yay, it's a train.
I think Spencer's might be a little bit longer.
Is a little
top.
poofier? Yeah.
Probably.
All right, let me go and thank people who gave money. The more money you give, the more I thank you. New Romancer resubscribed for 2 months. Mr. Steinkaus gifted a sub. 50 Shades of G'day subscribed. Good handle. Rogue Bagel 22 resubscribed. Hopefully that gives Karen the hint. The Soulless Goat has resubscribed.
I wasn't even listening.
Don Seneca has
I
resubscribed.
heard somebody hint.
K. Gelinator resubscribed, and so forth. Oh, I said that the bagel got Rogue Bagel. So yeah, exactly.
All right, well, in a minute. I don't want to miss any of this scintillating
Let's refresh. See, look at that. It's MVL and Hess. Admit it. It's the same person.
I mean, it's hard for me to
Man,
see
Hess
from
really
here.
tried to look like MVL.
That's Hess right there.
It's definitely Hess. It's Hess. He's moving like Hess. MVL would be like, dans cette position, c'est pas bon pour moi parce que.
That looks like
c'est
MVL.
terrible. Right.
What's going
Yeah.
on?
Yeah. It was intentional. Yeah. Truth hurts. All right, let me refresh the actual board and hope that we get Rook D. Hope we get Rook D8. A tour de wheat. C'est pas bon pour moi. Yeah.
Yeah. I really.
It's amazing how much Hess looks like MVL there.
Yeah,
He's
it's
trying
crazy.
hard. Trying hard.
Darn, I don't want to miss too much of the broadcast, but I'm kind of hungry too.
That's what my phone is for. And they'll actually deliver it to that door, but not really. Yay, thanks, Mr. Steinkaus. The hype train's
I
going.
get something.
Il parle français? Non, mais j'ai une sœur.
What do you want? Some bagels? I can go to Starbucks.
Yeah, plain, and then that's all you're doing. No Publix or deliver or pick up.
No, why don't we?
Yeah, I agree.
How long is the broadcast going to last? Probably 5 hours.
The game could end in 5 seconds or in 5 hours. That's how long.
So
Then when the game's over, I'm gonna do a recap of the game, and that'll be a separate video on one of our channels. Nobody knows which one.
yeah, we do.
Well, you do. Groovy Hassle subscribed. Good.
That never went on the Chess Club channel.
Why does chess.com live stream have a different time for Nepomniachtchi? Because they're stupid. Yeah, that's why.
Let's see. Hey, this is Spencer.
Well, Magnus definitely doesn't have 153.09 left, so that's wrong. Yeah, he started with 2 hours and there's no increment. So all the times are wrong because I'm doing it from chess.com's page.
So okay, yes, I'll just get some bagels.
Are they eating hummus in Dubai? I hope so. If you're ever in Dubai, and I was there twice, go to the Dubai Mall and go to the food court. It's not like other food courts you've been to in America, if you've been to one. It's not like that. I went to an Indian place at the food court. I ordered, and they said, sit down, and it'll be ready in about 15 minutes. They make the food. It's like you're in a restaurant. It's not like, here's your crap. Next. It was good. It was a good Indian restaurant.
Hey, Earth Goddess, how's it going?
So Fabi's saying right nice as well. I'm not MVL, and I don't look like MVL. So I think that's the best analysis of the game.
Fabi has a rather robotic mannerism.
Yeah. Why he played Rook G8 instead of E8. Yes, because Black does not want to trade pieces. Black's down a pawn. Black has an initiative, no trading. Okay, he doesn't want to play Rook E8 because then eventually they'll trade rooks. Challenging the E file is irrelevant in this particular position because White cannot penetrate. Okay, it's Dubai. They don't allow that in the UAE. You can't do that. That's against the law. So there's no Rook E5, Rook E6, Rook E7, Rook E8. Most of you are like, what squares are those? Okay, the Rook can't go anywhere. And Black wants to keep all the pieces on because White is more cramped. Black's pawns are further advanced. And when you have a cramped position and you're not moving forward, the opponent wants all of your pieces, so you're more cramped. We're not cramped because there's 2 of us. And this is a big basement. But if there were 20 of us, then the truth would hurt. Right? Yeah, 20 would be okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, it'd be less
So
cramped.
I missed
Yeah.
what you were saying about cramped because I was reading the chat.
White's cramped because he has no space.
Yeah.
So white can't go here, 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 here. It could go
Right.
there. Here. Okay. And then he's afraid to go here because the night before. And black has 3 things on the 4th rank, and white has nothing on the 4th rank. So black has more space. And when you have more space, you don't want to trade pieces. If all the pieces are gone, white's up a pawn. If there's a lot of pieces, they're cramped. Terrible. Okay. So if you wanted a good explanation of cramped, look at my games when I'm black in a blocked Benoni. That's cramped. Right? You know, when all my pieces are like this, then everybody crushes me. That's cramped. I'm just trying to help you guys.
Hey, what do you mean he's afraid to go there because of...
Who's afraid of going where?
You said of night before, so he didn't...
Right, night before attacks the C pawn.
Right, but I thought you said knight C3.
Right, if the knight's on B1, he could play knight A3 and defend his pawn.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. I just didn't understand what you meant.
Yeah, look at that guy who's MVL but attests. See? Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chess Gosh 02.
Let's go hype train.
Aspirin Buffer.
Let's go hype train.
For the sub. All right.
What if Jan actually played bishop A5? He could play it, but it's not his turn. Okay, Jan played knight C3, and I absolutely 1,000,000% guarantee black's going to play knight B4.
Yeah, because we were just talking about that.
Right.
So,
And after knight B4, white's going to play rook AC1, and then the rook is shallow and pedantic. On the other hand, my knight can go to E4. So, you know, that's why black's going to play bishop F8. So probably we're going to see knight B4, which he just played, rook C1, bishop F8. And then white's up a pawn, but his extra pawn on the queen side obviously is irrelevant at this point. Yeah. And the people in the crowd, which is you're like, excuse me. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you. And then you say, why doesn't he play this and mess up his pawns? He might do that, maybe, but the pawn messing up isn't that important. The 2 bishops is what's important. That gives away his white squared bishop, which has no counterpart. That's a great bishop. That knight, And the pawn structure doesn't mean white's going to lose a pawn or get mated. It's just trading more pieces. And it weakens the A6 pawn also, because A6 pawn is on a half-open file. So he might play that, but for you guys, if you can double your opponent's pawns, you have to like go sit in the corner and like calm down. You're like, I doubled his pawn. Okay, and that's just one thing in chess. 2 bishops are good, space is good, being up a queen is good, etc. Yeah. They've had enough of this game, so they're showing Magnus versus Anand. They're like, this match doesn't matter. Yeah. Now this is really weird. On the chess.com broadcast, they're showing things you can buy at Q Boutique. That is weird because it's not part of chess.com. Yeah, that was like my favorite joke today. Toblerone taste tester, 100 centidues. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run out now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't run, you could get hurt.
And then I'm playing bagels.
I hate to see you leave, but I love to watch you walk away. Yeah. Yeah, and warm those bagels up.
Yeah, that was one.
Well, they'll ask you. You have to ask them. Yeah. And then get me a surprise. You know, like one of those weird drinks I never drink. You know, soy milk. If you get a drink, give me a drink too. If you don't, then don't.
I hadn't thought I could.
You should get a, what do you call it? That drink you like.
I have a few that I get.
She always says that.
I get the caramel macchiato.
You do, but now you get the other one.
Cappuccino.
Yeah, cappuccino's what you've been getting lately. Mm-hmm. Yeah, every like 3 months, she's like, now I get this for 3 months. Then, right. So she's at the end of her 3-month cycle of cappuccino. Yeah. Yay, the hype train. Okay, so this is a surprise. He played rook ec1, so he literally didn't care about this file, but he does care about that file. Okay, and the engine says, I mean, neither file's giving white's rook any, it's not, it doesn't really matter that much. So it's possible, this is just me, it could be that I'm off base here. Could be the reason he played rook e to c1 is he's vacating e1 for his knight, which heretofore it couldn't go to. The knight defends d3 and c2, which frees up his rook, and potentially later in the game, white could play c3 and kick the knight out. So it could be he thought, I might as well give e1 for my knight, king, and bishop, because my rook on e1 isn't doing anything. And my rook on a1 is on a half-open file against a backward pawn. So now the engine prefers white still, but not as much as it did earlier. And I'm pretty sure this game has always been in the draw range. Black has always had great compensation for a pawn. And knowing Magnus, he'll be satisfied with the draw, but he'll be much more satisfied with a win. So most world championships, drawing with black the first game is great, but he's looking for more. Even though the engine prefers white, he's like, I have an initiative, I got the two bishops, white has the double pawns. I'm better than my opponent. My opponent's a wild card, so I want to win, right? Establish dominance. And obviously the times are wrong. The times have never been so wrong. And I don't mean the clock times. I mean the LA times, the New York times, and the London times. That's what I mean. They're wrong. Okay, I'm refreshing, see if the clock changes. Okay, it gave Magnus probably the right amount of time instead of his hour and 50 minutes, which is ridiculous. And so forth. Okay, we're almost 90 minutes into the game. 80 minutes into the game. And let's see, 47 and yeah, okay. The clock times add up with the time. There's no increment right now. If there is an increment, it starts at move 61. And the time control's 40 moves in 2 hours. They're halfway to the time control, and they're playing at a reasonable pace. Reasonable. No, I don't think it'll be a draw fest. I think it'll be about half wins and half draws. Probably more draws, like 8 draws and 6 wins, something like that. Somewhere in that range. I think there'll be 5 to 7 wins this match. And I think most of the pundits think there'll be 2 or 3 wins. They just think all the championship matches are the same. So, 12 draws and 2 wins. That's what the gawking rabble think. And by gawking rabble, I mean people who are much better than me. I like that pose that Magnus has. God damn. If only I could think like that. How crucial to defend the c2 pawn? If black takes on c2 for free, black's winning because the white's pawn structure is absurd. Yeah. What does bishop f8 do? It always plays bishop f8. I actually explained earlier why bishop f8 was a good move. First of all, always play bishop f8. First of all. It's one of my emotes. The bishop on d6 is blocking the rook. The bishop on d6 can be harassed at some point by knight e4. And if we open up the d file with bishop f8, sometimes black can play the explosive c4. Okay, he played rook a c8, fine. Yeah, black wants to play c4 at some point, and then if the d pawn ever takes, we can play bishop takes knight and take this bishop for free, except the bishop is on d6, so we can't do that. Now, rook a c8 indicates to me Magnus might play bishop b8 instead of f8. But he doesn't want his rook on a8 to be trapped. He might think the bishop is better here than here. It looks about the same to me. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, to me, I think Magnus should be happier than Jan. I think black has a very pleasant position. Black has more time. and he prepared the game more deeply than Jan, and Jan hasn't done anything of note. He's just playing sort of boring. So I think Black should be pretty happy now. Now, this Rick C, it's going to be right. Mr. Steinkow's gifted a sub. If I missed your gifts, just keep giving money and subs, and eventually I'll see it. Eventually. Just keep doing it. And then, oh, yeah, I forgot about you. There you go. Soap Demon subscribed. 2,600 viewers a do. Hooray. So we had Thanksgiving dinner last night. You can see on my Twitter. And my sister-in-law next to me, somebody said to her, what did you order? And she said, the goat. And I said, you're eating Tom Brady? Don't tell your husband. Man, the truth hurts. Anyway, I asked her how it was, and she said, not bad. And then I stared at her, and she looked pretty sheepish. And that's like 2 jokes. So, man, my Perrier's gone. Yeah. It's Karen. Hey, Karen, bring me down a can of Perrier when you come back. If you remember. She's not going to remember. The more Perrier you bring, the more I'll drink. Like, if you bring 2 of these, I'll drink 2. I'll have a smorgasbord. Anyway, this is our basement, and we're going to be streaming from here from now on. Every week it's going to improve. Karen's going to change the lighting. She's going to put things up. It's going to be different. And this is just, this is the first time we're streaming from the basement. So, sorry. We have a lot of equipment. We have more equipment here than atoms in the universe. That's why some of your, like where you live is gone. Like, where'd that go? Some of those atoms came over here. We have like 7 computers and 3 monitors and 7 of those big lights. The sun's coming out, so it should be lighter and lighter. Yeah. Etc. Go Hype Train. You can do it. Okay. So Jan played 92. That was one of the engine moves. And he's threatening to take that. He's not going to take it. And he's not going to take that. But both sides have to watch out. Well, then I might do it. So you got to be careful. What's funny is, if you mess my pawns up and I mess your pawns up, then this A pawn is actually not defended. So you got to be careful. Now with 92, he could be thinking bishop f4, and let's get rid of the 2 bishops. Now white's position is passive. He can't make any threats. It's a little iffy. But he's up a pawn, he's up a pawn. And the engine wants to play bishop f8 here. Probably that's the engine I'm using. If it's other people using the engine, probably not bishop f8, but it knows me. It's like, all right, Ben wants bishop f8. Yay, level 5. You guys are the best. Yeah, if you're going to lose, might as well be up a pawn. Right, exactly. Go resubbing. All right, let's get to the people who are giving us money. The more money you give us, the more I mention it. So Mr. Steinkow's gifted a sub again. He gifted another sub again. Soap Demon has subscribed. Steinkow's gifted another sub. C. Gistus resubscribed. Sorry about mispronouncing all your names. Portobello Jim. That's Portable Jim. That was like Portobello Mushroom. Portable Jim gave 100 cent to dues. MJ Terrence resubscribed. But Philippe didn't resubscribe. Just Terrence. Terrible. Probably because his head was flapping. Mo Blow resubscribed. Squire377 resubscribed, etc. Mainly etc. All right, now who's texting me? Let's see. That's a complicated joke that I don't necessarily get, but I like it. All right. Those were all shallow and pedantic. Hopefully you agree. Magnus is the best player in his chair. Hopefully Jan doesn't touch his chair, then we won't know. 2,700 viewers. So can somebody explain something to me? And I'm actually serious. This is the first serious thing I've said this stream. Why do I have 2,700 viewers and Akaro has 1.4 thousand? Why does he have 1,400? The only explanation is Hikaru has Rufus and Doofus on his channel and not himself. There's no other possible explanation. Yeah. He started 5 minutes ago? He's just started. That explains it. Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys move over to Hikaru. Okay, we're back. It's funny, every time I see the players thinking, it's always Magnus's move. Always. And the clock times, according to chess.com, is Magnus has a lot more time. So it shows you what I know. Not much. Not much. Jan's walking around like the cock of the walk. I mean, this game's heading for a draw, but both sides would like to win. Magnus is like, this is my prep. I have the two bishops. I have more space. White is very passive. And Jan's like, I'm a pawn up and I'm Jan. Now, to me, the biggest difference between this World Championship match and the last few is that, and this is actually important, Jan isn't afraid of Magnus. And, I mean, everybody's afraid of Magnus, but Jan isn't. And Jan's beaten him before, and Jan's not afraid of anybody. So people at home are like, well, Jan's lower rated than Magnus, and Magnus is the world champion, and Magnus is better than him, so Jan's hoping to draw some games. That's the way you guys think. That's not the way Jan thinks. Jan's like, I'm in the world championship, and I'm going to win it. Bitch. Not sure why he threw bitch in, but he did. And Magnus is used to playing people who are very solid and boring, like Karyakin and Anand. And Anand was 1,000 years old when he played him. So, easier for Magnus. It's funny, in 2011, I went to the Tal Memorial in Moscow with Hikaru as his second. And that tournament was strong. 2011, Svidler, Kramnik, Carlsen, Naka, Jan, Gelfand. See. I only named like 6 of the players. There's 4 more players. Anand. Maybe I didn't say Anand. Maybe I did. Anyway, and those are the weak players. It's a strong tournament. And Morozevich was there as a spectator. He was always there watching. He like won the previous year. But anyway, Anand got 9 draws. 9! And Magnus won the first game, drew his next 7, and beat Naka in the last round to tie for first. Naka had 3 losses and 6 draws, came in last. But the point is, if you ever have the chance, look at the game that Magnus played against Kramnik from that tournament. Tal Memorial 2011. That's the strangest game I've ever seen. It looked like one side is like playing bad on purpose, but he drew anyway. So I don't know. That was a very weird game. But I mean, that's the reason I told that story. I mean, I like stories. That's the first time I saw Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he was the lowest rated player in the tournament. He was sort of unknown, and I just figured he'd come in last because it feels pretty strong. And Jan had 1 win and 8 draws, so it's really impressive. He like tied for third and didn't lose any games. And a very good rook ending from that tournament is the game Jan drew against Naka. Naka was black. They got to a rook ending, and Jan found the only way to draw by getting to one of those known drawn positions with the rook on the side. I know what it's called, but you have to give me like an hour to figure out the name of it. But I was surprised that Jan could defend a worse rook ending because it didn't seem like his style. And now he's good. And then I saw him again later that year in China. He played for Russia in the World Team Championship. And I remember him analyzing his game with Mamedyarov in a French. That was good analysis. Very aggressive analysis from both of them. So it's good that Jan's playing for the World Championship because he has like the MVL style, like, roar, play aggressive, play for a win, etc. Okay, Magnus retreated, always retreat. The engine doesn't like that move because that's, the knight on b4 was good. Magnus was probably worried about either taking or d4 or both. So he just made sure that he was safe. One of the engine lines, which won't happen, is bishop g5 attacking the rook, f6, bishop back to f4. After bishop g5, probably rook e8's better. Always, never play f6. We're in the wrong shirt today. Bishop e3 is a more likely move because it defends d4. He wants to play d4. The more things that white trades and doesn't give anything away, the more his extra pawn will be felt. But if white doesn't do anything, how's white going to win? White has to go forward. So the only way to go forward is to play d4. c4 is way too weakening. It weakens b4, d4, and this pawn on d3. b4 just loses a pawn. Moving these pawns doesn't make any sense. So this is the key move. Is d4 going to be good or not good? And he has to prepare it, and that's why bishop c3, bishop e3, very reasonable. And black just wants to Netflix and chill, but you can't Netflix and chill in the UAE. They don't know how that. God damn. Etc. Yeah. Hillary is with Wesley So. I assume you mean Hikaru, because sometimes when I type Hikaru, it autocorrects to Hillary. They're like, that, son. I mean, if Hillary is staying next to Hikaru, you really can't tell who's who. I mean, you don't know. Yeah. They're still looking at the players. It seems like it's Magnus's move. He seems more intent. And Jan seems sort of bored. But it is Jan's move. That's hilarious. That's right. So either they're analyzing bishop c3. No, they're analyzing bishop c3. Yeah. This says Hikaru has 5,000. That makes more sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Man, Kamsky's following the match, and he only has 12 viewers. Those were both jokes, but they were apt. Yeah. I have Shroud subscribed. Good. I like white here. White's up a pawn. Yasser likes white. White's up a pawn. Yeah. So he played bishop e3 relatively quickly, frankly. And again, he wants to stop knight d4, and he wants to play d4 himself. Yeah, Jan's just saying, I'm up a pawn, and we're just going to play, and I'll be a pawn up. And your pressure is going to dissipate, etc., mainly etc. Yeah, and the engine agrees that white's up a pawn, so it prefers white. Knight c6 was pretty timid. It wasn't an aggressive move. And I guess Magnus decided to play solid this game and hope that Jan overreaches. And he could overreach, but he can't do a reach around because it's in the UAE. They don't allow that. Up a prawn. I have some prawn joke about Red Lobster. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. We all wrote, is Magnus playing for a win or a draw? Magnus is playing the best moves he can find, as is Jan. Only low-rated players play for a win or a draw. High-rated players just play good moves. Then if they win, they're happy. If they draw, it's okay. And if they lose, they're sad. In this position, it's clear that you want to have white. White's up a pawn, and black moved his knight back to c6. And black played rook b8 to d8 to c8. So black's not showing any force for his pawn sacrifice. He just has two bishops, and white has double pawns. But the last 5 moves, white's position has improved, and black's hasn't. Black's not losing. The game should be a draw, but I'd rather have white. It's good to be up a pawn. Magnus has to decide, am I going to go crazy proving I have a pawn's compensation? Or am I going to just chill and then he probably won't beat me with that pawn because I have all this compensation. I'll just chill. That's a tough decision. And so far, Magnus has decided not to play super actively. He's like, okay, this position's okay. I'll just wait here for white to do something, and then I'll meet it. So he's thinking, if white plays d4, what do I do? Should my bishop go back to e7 and then go to f6, which is possible? Should it go to f8 and get out of the way? Get out the way. Move, move. That's what he's thinking. It's weird how he's thinking that. I don't know why he's thinking that way. And then Karen's thinking, what drink should I get? And then she'll get a cappuccino with extra whip. Yeah. Jesse Cry thought black was crushing a few moves ago. Well, what are you going to do? Some GMs are good and some aren't. Truth hurts. Yeah, no, black was never better this game. He just preferred black's position. He's like, I like that. No, black never had the advantage. We're still in the draw zone, right? Now, you can't Netflix and chill, but you can be in the draw zone in the UAE. That's okay. Yeah. It goes friend zone, draw zone, and then you get married. That's in the UAE, that's how it goes. I was dissing GMs before Jesse was born. Yeah, that's right. I'm older than Jesse. And then some. Me and Jesse were teammates in the UAE. Bam! Gotcha, bitch. That's good you mentioned a GM and he was my teammate in the UAE. Yeah, he was a really cool guy. I mean, I've known Jesse for 20 years, but we had a good time in Dubai. And actually, I didn't see him in Dubai. I just saw him in Al Ain. I went to Dubai with Var and his wife. It wasn't super exciting, etc. Black would prefer not to trade pieces because black's down a pawn. And black has more space on the queen side. His pawns are further advanced. So if white can trade, he'll just be a pawn up for nothing eventually, which still might be a draw. Because, it's sort of boring. It's not like anybody's getting mated. Yeah. This is a typical world championship game. There's not like everybody sacking all their pieces and it's insane. It's just sort of timid and two bishops and a better pawn structure for a pawn. Shrimp Demonium. Thanks, Gazza Midori. Good. Will you and Jesse compete in the senior U.S. championship? Jesse's going to have to wait. Jesse's not old enough. I'm old enough and then some. I haven't been invited to the U.S. senior because I'm not high rated enough. If they ever invite me, I'll play. But I probably not. Probably never get invited. And then Jesse will play if he's invited, but I think he needs to wait a few years. He's not as old as you thought he was. Go Levy's analysis. Yeah. So when the game's over, I'm going to do a recap. The same stream. And then our YouTube person will take that recap and make a separate video from the stream. Man, Magnus is thinking, but thinking isn't his strong suit. Nah, I'm kidding. Magnus has played more world championship games than Jan can dream of. Still not as many as Karpov, but... Well, I mean, Levy's not like... He can't do chess analysis. That's not what he does. Not sure what he does. But yeah. Chess isn't really his game. I think the last time Levy won something, it was a spelling contest. Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, he could spell Gotham chess and Levy and Roseman, and most of you guys can't. So already his spelling is pretty good. Unlike Magnus, who couldn't spell Nepomniachtchi's name. He couldn't do it. Looking good, Lewis. Feeling good, Todd. What movie? You guys won't know that. Come on, somebody get it. Looking good, Lewis. Feeling good, Todd. Come on, you can do it. Who can get the Trading Places? Naroditsky, god damn. Man, it took a GM to know which movie that was. Yeah. That is a great movie. Starring future U.S. Senator, what's his name? Al Franken. Yeah. It's an opera. That's right. La Boheme, that's La Boheme. It's an opera. It's an opera. The guy who plays the It's an Opera guy, the guy who's reading the stuff, that's Frank Oz. He did a cameo. Yeah. Angel dust. You see what this does to kids? That's 3 to 5 mandatory. I'm not sure how many years he said. That is a great movie. Go, Danya. That's right. I say that a lot, Danya. Man, this watch is so hot, it's smoking. Are you insinuating that this watch is stolen? This watch can tell you the time simultaneously and the last city was Stad. That was good. And then he said, retail value, $9,300. Says, you got a receipt. In Philadelphia, it's worth $50. All right, just give me the money. Wait, how much for the gun? And then the guy playing the pawn shop guy is Bo Diddley, by the way. Not that I know the movie very well, etc. Now, the guy who plays Beaks, he's in a lot of movies. He's the guy in The Breakfast Club. He's the mean, guy. But he's also in an episode of Seinfeld. He works for the New York Yankees, but only in one episode. Then he's gone. He's only in one episode of Seinfeld working for Steinbrenner. That's when he's dating a woman who knows somebody in the Yankees, and then he applies for the job. That's the opposite episode where George does the opposite of everything. So he's telling Steinbrenner, you suck, and your children suck, and your children's children. And then he tells the guy who played Beaks, hire this man. And then the guy's like, what? That was the only episode he was in. Magnus played Knight E7? Man. So Magnus, hold on a second here. Which knight is that? So he played Knight F6. Okay, so Magnus played Knight F6. And then Magnus played Knight D5. And then Magnus played Knight B4. This is the same knight. Then he played Knight C6. Then he played Knight E7. Yeah, and still it's he's slightly worse. Slightly, just slightly. Magnus opens up his bishop. His knight wants to go to D5 and or F5. And what makes the most sense to me, probably not to Danya, is the knight goes to D5, then back to B4. Because that's funny to me. It's not good, but it's funny. Yeah, Magnus is obviously unhappy with the game's developments. He knows it's still in the draw zone, but he's sort of floundering for a plan. Yeah, Magnus is like, can I have white here? I want to be a pawn up. But yeah, his position's okay. Yeah. What? Fishbein beat John Burke. What year is this? It's 20 years ago when Burke wasn't born yet? Yeah. Yay, go Danya. You're playing your own tournament? No. Man, Kara's going to be furious that she went to get Starbucks while Danya showed up. Man, she would have got her hair all pretty and put on more makeup. Man, terrible. Go Danya. Yeah. Yeah, Trading Place is pretty good. Pretty good. The funniest thing about Trading Places is at the very end of the movie, Dan Aykroyd's there with, what's her name? Whoever, the famous actress, Jamie Lee Curtis. And then the butler's there. He's rich too. And then Eddie Murphy's there with a woman who's never been in the movie. Here's a woman. Here you go. And then it's 10 seconds and that's it. So Eddie Murphy can't be alone. He has to have this, hot woman with him. And here you go. Here's one. That didn't make a lot of sense, but all right. Coleman, that's right. Denholm Elliott. What a great actor. Yeah. Go, everybody. But it's still a great movie anyway. All right. Now they got Robert Hess there, and they're like, what do you think, Robert? And he says, my name is Maxime. So I don't even know what's going on the chess.com stream. I don't understand it. Yeah. The salmon scene is the best. Mulholland Drive is the best movie ever. Well, the way you spelled Mulholland, you better do some more research. Yeah. All right, so what's happening? 97. So he doesn't want Jan to play d4. And if Jan does play d4, there's knight f5, there's c4, there's bishop takes f3. So Jan's not going to play d4. Now the rook on c1 was purely to defend the c2 pawn from knight b4 when the knight was here. So now this rook can go to like better squares. I've seen better squares. Maybe rook d1. That's probably a better square. Line that up. See, Magnus didn't play bishop f8. That's his only mistake. Bishop on d6 is sort of a funny square. White's plan is I'm a pawn up, I win. That's White's plan. White likes to trade pieces. White wants to get a passed pawn on the queen side. White wants to get rid of black's two bishops. And a better question is what's black's plan? Because black's down a pawn. White has this half-open file. This bishop is a little awkward. So, yeah, the engine prefers white because white's up a pawn. It's like, yeah, I love being up a pawn. I'm an engine. What do you want from me? I've seen better streams. Dun, 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 dun. Are there any real questions? No? Time for another train. Man, I hate when all of my viewers are better than me, like Danya. Can't we have some other viewers who are worse than me? What tournament is this? Is this the... It's no... Oh, this is... Yeah, what's going on over Thanksgiving? Is it the National Chess Congress or is it a tournament in North Carolina? Anybody? What tournament are you guys talking about? U.S. Masters? U.S. Masters used to be in August. It's in November? What? The U.S. Masters is during Thanksgiving? What happened? Can we see Danya's games? No. That's not allowed. That's called a court of blood technique. You do that, court of blood, follow a man's body. But you wouldn't know that. In Trading Places, there's two big guys in jail with him. One guy goes, yeah, and the other guy actually speaks. The guy who actually speaks, he died a few years ago. He played Bleeding Gums Murphy on The Simpsons. You're welcome. Yay, S. Forrest gifted 5 subs. Hooray. Do you think we'll see a lot of D4 games? We'll see E4, D4, C4. We'll see it all. Yay, the more subs you gift, the more subs I have. Yeah. Ian's trying to look like Stevie Nicks. Man, Stevie Nicks looks better than me. God damn. Go Ali Reza. He's the best. Jesse Stock because he's playing in the National Congress. Yeah. Go Danya. That's correct. Right. Yeah, Marvin. Yeah, Marvin is Hermes. That's correct. The guy who plays Brett in Pulp Fiction, the guy who gets shot last, he's in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm when Larry walks up to the drive-thru, and then they say you have to be in a car, and he's like, "Why? I'm right here." So he gets in the car of that guy, the guy who played Brett in Pulp Fiction. And that guy turns out to be like a serial killer or something, which is funny. You don't see that guy too often. Yeah. Why isn't Danya stream? Because your English isn't very good. Because Danya's playing in the U.S. Masters. So he's playing in a tournament himself, so he can't. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. 2,000 viewers. What else? See, the players never move. That's how you know it's a world championship. Because moving, that could be bad. You don't want to move. It's like when Homer was a boxer, we're not going to get into a boxing match here. Right? You just stand there, and when the guy's tired from hitting you, just nudge him over. No. It's tough for Jan because every move is equally good. He can make all kinds of building moves. He could play knight g3, could play knight d2, could play rook e1. And so, it's not like a clear-cut tactical operation. It's just slowly building the position, which usually you would expect would be something Magnus would do better than Jan. You would expect. Right. Drederick Tatum, also known as Mike Tyson. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Danya actually does all the imitations better than me. I mean, Danya's Kasparov is sublime, but he does the Yasser better than me too. His Kasparov is better than Kasparov. Kasparov watches Danya's stream to learn how to speak. I mean, that's just incredible. Yay, Karen's home. Yeah, Karen actually was in the drive-thru at Starbucks, and then she left. She drove out of it because she heard Danya was on this stream. Yeah, she's like, oh my God. Yeah. Jimbo Matthews subscribed. Yay. Yeah, Danya's impressions are too good. Yeah. 3 good if you ask me. Yeah, there's a book on one of the Karpov-Kasparov matches, and the times are given with each move, how much time they used. I mean, every move was forever. Every move. They never moved. And then in like half the games, Karpov had a minute left on move 30, and it was 40 and 2.5. God damn. Now, you guys will think this is a joke, but if Danya's here, he'll back it up. Thanks, San V, for the sub. This is not a joke. In one of the Karpov-Kasparov games, which Karpov won as black in English, Kasparov, who had less than 5 minutes, made a move and forgot to hit the clock. And it was an analog clock, like a Gardet or whatever. And then 2 or 3 minutes later, he's like, oh, and hit the clock. And he lost the game probably as a consequence of that. His position wasn't good at that point, but then he had like no time on his clock. So that's, that's strange. It's strange, but true. Yeah. And Sessa's drawing a lot of arrows. You need a sub? Somebody give Kingpin a sub. He needs one. I mean, somebody just donate 100 subs so people stop asking. That's what you should do. I wonder if Karen's getting Perrier. It could be there's like a burglar in the house. Could be. If there was a burglar in the house, the dogs would go insane. So it's not a burglar. No, I could hear you that you were home. I figured you rushed home because Danya's on the stream. Yeah. He's playing in the U.S. Masters, so he's not streaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot that's after the weekend.
I mean, the U.S. Masters is usually in August. I've never heard of it Thanksgiving. How do you know this one's mine? Well, this one's heavy. So what did you get to drink?
I got a cappuccino.
Yeah, I told him to get a cappuccino.
I hope that's the right thing because I couldn't remember.
All right, good
So
enough.
make sure it's vegan. I said soy milk. Skinny.
Let's see. Grande latte, soy, sugar-free vanilla. Yeah, you did everything better than perfect.
All right.
Did you put the poison in? Yeah.
So what did I miss? I was trying to listen.
There's an episode of The Simpsons where he's a reviewer, and he says everything is great, and Lisa's like, look, you can't say everything's great, you're a reviewer. So then he goes the other way, everything's horrible. So now all the chefs in town hate him because he says all the restaurants are horrible. So there's this huge donut they make at some fair, and they put poison, all kinds, like they put like 20 kinds of poison in it. And Lisa figures it out. And Homer's about to eat it, and Lisa goes, no, it has poison. And he's like, Like, he didn't care. He's like, I'm immune to poison. Yeah. He's like, I've been poisoned so much in my life, I don't even care. No.
Just Hugo says I missed almost 2 moves.
Yeah, they don't ever move. Okay, so you saw the queen trade. You definitely saw this.
I mean, I was looking at it while I was in my car.
Yeah.
There were a few moves.
There was a lot of retreating. So Jan retreated, and then Magnus actually went forward so he could retreat a lot. Right? See this knight here? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then he retreated his knight. After, see? And Jan's been thinking a long time here. I think what's going to happen this match is MVL is going to watch old videos of Hess and try to look like him. That's what I think. That's my take. Okay, so Jan's been thinking forever here, right? And MVL Hess, his name is just MVL Hess, right? I mean, he's just MVL Hess.
That is true. He did not thank me for the food. I didn't notice though.
I'm sure
You're
I thanked her.
welcome.
Go back in the video.
You're welcome.
Hooray. Not heated up too much. But...
I stopped also before I went, and I got the carrots and the celery.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
See, so I'm planning ahead.
What food did you get, which you pretended not to get by not bringing it down?
I didn't get any food. I'm just going to wait on the lentil soup.
You didn't get any food?
I'm not a big breakfast food person.
Man, MVL got younger. All right.
So what's everybody been doing? Nothing, just...
When I
was
woke up this morning at 6, there was a black worker in our house, African-American guy. And I said, Karen, what's he doing here? And she said, it's Black Friday. So I don't know what's going on, but still.
I'm not sure about that joke.
That TV there, right there,
Yes.
that's the only thing I've ever bought on Black Friday in my life. Was
Yeah.
that TV. It was like $270.
I'm so glad I don't shop. I hate shopping. I just try not to go anywhere near shopping.
I can prove that Karen likes Black Friday. Well, I can prove it. Are you ready? Okay. What's your favorite Pearl Jam song?
Well, I like the song Black. That's right, Hitchhiker Spy.
No, we got a lot more viewers now that you're here. I was wondering why Hikaru had less viewers than me. So I thought he had like his doofuses on his channel. But they said he just started streaming. He started like 1 minute ago and he was like close to me. Now he has 1 billion viewers.
Yeah.
Now, if I was Hikaru, I mean, I'm not, but if I was, I would be mad that the chess stream has a lot more than I do. I would, if I was Hikaru. You see what I'm saying?
Man, that's a lot of viewers.
Right. Usually, Hikaru's not getting crushed like that.
That's pretty shocking. I didn't
The
know
only
that.
stream that has more viewers than Hikaru is usually the Botes sisters.
Wow, that is a lot. That's exciting. That's great
No.
for chess.
See, here's what happened. Danny Wrench said, I want to get some top players to analyze these games. So you got Fabi. Then Hess said, what about me? And Wrench is like, whoa. Okay. So Wrench is like, okay, look, Robert, you can be one of the analysts if you look like a top player. Or you look like Hess no good. So he looked like MVL, and they're like, great. Everybody thinks he's MVL, and that's fine. That's how he got the gig. True story.
They made a move.
No, nobody moved. Okay, so, like, things have happened. Normally, in a game between super GMs, nothing ever happens. They just move and move. You guys fall asleep, then the game ends. Okay, it's like the Lions. Nothing happens, you fall asleep, the game's over, they lost. Okay, so Jan made a bishop f4. He wants to trade bishops. And the engine says, boo, boo. And some people said the engine was saying boo earns. Okay, now it says Magnus trades everything and there's no problem. So this is the first mistake of the match. It goes from white being slightly better to black being slightly better. So it liked these boring building moves that don't do anything. And instead he played here, and now things are happening, such as Karen's computer's dying.
True.
So things are happening. Okay. Yeah, I got a text from Lil John. And he said that your battery on your engine was getting low, to the windows, to the walls. Okay, now skeet skeet. Now after bishop takes f3, bishop takes f4, the engine says white has nothing. Now obviously white's a pawn up, and this pawn is attacked, but double pawns here, doubled pawns here, isolated pawn here. It's just equal. So I guarantee this game will end in a draw. If it doesn't end in a draw, I'll guarantee you something else, to paraphrase Bender. Yeah.
C.L. Smith says those two bishops went away pretty fast.
Yeah, and white's pawn structure went away pretty fast. See, this position would be better for white if these bishops were on the board, because white would have more ways to play d4, take on a6. There's more pieces on the board. But now it's the same pieces on the board, 2 rooks and a knight, and white's pawn structure is absurd. So it's everything leads to a draw now. What's that? Power strip doesn't work. It's probably not plugged in correctly or something. Let's see if it's fixed yet. Not yet. Ooh, the back wasn't plugged in too good.
Oh.
Although it's still not plugged in. Now it is.
Okay.
You fixed it. Rook c6, defending his pawn on a6. Oh. Now we can do a George Thorogood and try to move it on over and attack all these weak pawns. And this knight has the d4 square. And, you know, white's up a pawn. White's pawn structure is absurd, so it's equal. So bishop f4, according to the engines, gave all of white's advantage away. However, if you want to look at it another way, you ready? Mm-hmm. Technically, there is no better or worse than chess. There's do or do not do. There's white's winning, black's winning, draw. That's all positions are black's winning, white's winning, draw. Now, I believe in that vein, nothing has happened. I think every single move of this game, it's been a draw. And in some positions, some GMs would prefer black. In some positions, they would prefer white. 2, 3, 4, 5 moves ago, they prefer white, but still a draw. And now probably GMs literally wouldn't care what position they had here, because the engine says all zeros, all zeros, all zeros, all zeros. Which means it doesn't matter what moves are played, it's still a draw. It's not like, man, Magnus better play accurately. No. So neither player has to play accurately here, and it's still a draw. Truth hurts. So technically, white did nothing wrong, but, you know, black should be happier than he was 3 or 4 moves ago. You agree? Shallow and pedantic?
Mm. Oh. Yeah. I need to tell the video editors.
That's a good one, trying to learn. That's one of your top 10. Trying to learn texted me, said somebody told Magnus Hikaru just started streaming, so he's liquidating quickly to a draw so Hikaru makes less money. That's a good one. Okay, so rook e1 was played, attacking the knight. If Magnus doesn't see his knights attacked and plays some move like h6 getting luffed, that would be a blunder. Every move is equal. The 2 moves that make sense are knight f5, also known as knife f5, and king f8. King f8 gets the very distant opposition. And knight f5 saves the knight. So then the knight has d4 later. Like, to me, as a human, king f8 looks more logical. I don't want my king on G8. I want my king on F8. I don't want to get mated on the back rank. My king defends everything here. There's no checks on F6 or E7 ever. The king's just better on F8. Knight F5, I'm still worried about like the back rank and so forth. The players generally do a lot of calculation. They don't just play on general principles, as Yasser would have you believe. So he did calculation. He played Knight F5 because he thought that was better than King F8. Even though it's technically not as safe, but he's not a beginner. He's just playing the move that's the best move. However, I'll guarantee, whoa. Yeah, the engine doesn't like C3. Played it really fast. Jesus. I was going to guarantee that black's going to play King F8 soon, but now I won't. Now in this position, C3 is a very committal move. You can't take it back. And Jan played it instantly, which is a little suspicious in a world championship. Because now the D3 pawn is weak. And he stopped knight D4, I'll give him that. But, like if this knight ever gets attacked, like with G5, then this pawn could be hanging. So it's possible he will play G5 here. G5 is an excellent move. Knight H4 is a good move, threatening this pawn. So this is a very risky move. Now, probably Jan is thinking, I literally don't care if he takes this pawn, because he's going to have to mess his position up to take it, like with G5. And I got my rook going to the 8th rank. I'm not down a pawn, material still equal. So I don't really care about that. I care more about knight D4 threatening these two pawns. He cares more about that. So if he loses this pawn, still probably a draw. And he hasn't lost the pawn yet. And he prevented knight D4. But knight H4 is good. G5 is good. King F8 is good. Papa John's. So it's not a bad move. It's just very committal.
Hey, Sven, this is the second stream at the house. Mm-hmm. We did a little test stream last night. It seems to be going fine. It doesn't look as nice as we would like, but it's fine.
After G5, when you say does it win a pawn, the white's already up a pawn. So calm down there. But let's say like this happens to play knight E3. And then I play, let's say, rook E5. If the knight moves away, I take this pawn, which is fine. And if you try to like win a pawn and defend your knight, then you will know my name is the Lord when I go here.
Yay, thank you, Mr. Popezilla.
And then white wins. So
for this
So no, G5 doesn't win a pawn, but I mean G5's fine. He might play G5, I don't know. Again, the engine says every move is equal because this is too boring and solid for these guys to lose. They can't lose this position. Now I could lose with either side, but they can't. This is gonna be a draw. So whoever said draw at the beginning in the poll, they were correct. If Danya's here, Danya would agree. If I was Danya, I wouldn't be watching this stream for more than like 2 or 3 minutes. You might get ill or something. But it is nice. Danya can watch any World Championship stream and he watches this one. I guess he wants the jokes. I don't know. He's like, no, Ben, I'm watching 5 streams simultaneously.
He probably is. I know that's what I do.
Mm-hmm. Karen's hot, but Ben's hotter? Yep. Actually, you were warm. You were warmer than I expected. I thought you were going to be freezing.
My hands are cold.
The other streams are boring as hell. That is correct.
I didn't read your comment, the worst in chess, but I did think it was funny.
Well, you didn't read it and thought it was funny?
Well, it scrolled off. I can't interrupt you. Especially if
you interrupt me. They like that.
No, I want to hear the chess.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like a joke, but it's not. I have been to Hell, Michigan. There's a city, Michigan, in Hell. They claim they're the only hell in the world, but they're not. There's other cities called Hell. Yeah. And then the joke is, it's not a joke, but it's funny, is that in the winter, Hell does freeze over because it's in Michigan. So there you go. True story.
Mm-hmm.
Now, moves like G5 are very committal. So it's not like G5, let's see what happens. That's the way you guys play. If Carlsen plays G5, he's analyzed 1 billion moves ahead. It's not like G5, I hope that works. He's going to figure it out. And then Carlsen has a weird decision here. Carlsen has to decide, do I like white or do I like black? If he says, I'd rather have black here, I think black has winning chances, then he won't play something that liquidates to a draw because he likes black. If he says, I like white, white's a pawn up, and I should probably draw this position, then he might make moves that liquidate everything and draw. And I don't know what he's thinking. I'm guessing since white is a pawn ahead and white has this open file, this half open file, the knight's pretty good, there's no attack on the king, probably a draw would be fine. So I think if Magnus finds a clear way to a draw, then he would do it. On the other hand, Magnus doesn't do that. Magnus just always plays for a win. So what do I know? But I mean, every move is a draw with correct play. And the question is, does Magnus want to play 30 more moves and try to outplay his opponent? Or has Magnus had enough and let's just trade everything and get the game over with? And the answer is
fries.
Fries, yeah.
Hey, can you put the OBS screen on the top?
I can. Bam. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what the draw rules are. No idea at all. Yeah. And again, if Sess and or Sessi says this is the best, that doesn't matter. All moves are draws. If it says 0.0, that doesn't matter. Okay, what matters is somebody going to blunder? And the answer is no. Okay, if it was a more complicated position, then maybe. Right? But the players have plenty of time. It's an equal position. They traded everything. They're not going to blunder. So if nobody blunders, this game is going to be a draw. And over the next 10 moves, if one player outplays the other, then he'll be playing for a win, but it's still a draw. So this game is going to be a draw. Sorry. Most of the games will be draws, maybe. But truth hurts. Can Hikaru win this? No, he's not playing.
How's it going, Laszlo?
Go Laszlo Damas. You've been subscribed to this basement before it was a basement. Has Laszlo Damas been in our basement?
Maybe. Not sure. I can't remember.
I don't remember either. Oh.
I know.
Not that you know of. That's good. Yeah.
I know Thaddeus and C.L. Smith were here.
Mm-hmm. Kingpin's mentioning something that I said before, like a month ago. The Rapids tiebreaks being played before the Classical. Mm. Mm-hmm. Put it in the basket. Mm-hmm.
You're going to see Matrix 4.
Ugh.
It says Viceroy Stark. I never even saw the first
I saw the first one. That was enough for me.
I saw part of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like usually those big blockbuster movies. Man, I'm not going to like it.
Yeah, I think G5 is going to lead to a draw. And if he doesn't want to draw right now, he'll play King F8 or Knight H4 and chill. And then I don't know. I don't know what Magnus is thinking. He probably doesn't know what he's thinking. He's like, do I want to draw or should I keep playing and try to win this? Yeah. He's also probably thinking, normally you think about the game, but sometimes your mind wanders. He's probably thinking, was that guy Hess or MVL? And he's like, he can't think about the game. Yeah.
Ben is scared of techno music.
I'm the scaredest. Come on, I like Thomas Dolby. If you were Magnus, you would play rook f6? How do you know that?
It's kind of cold down here.
Yeah, I like that.
When I went to get our food, Glory B was laying on my coat.
Yeah.
On the couch.
Yeah.
Where I left it on the couch.
You blundered. Left your
She
coat on
was
free.
just laying on it.
So when the game ends, I'll do a recap as discussed.
Yes, and that's
Should
what I was
should I
telling.
leave the board color the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that it's
I think what I'll do is I'll have like a 3-minute break. I'll talk and I'll be like, hey, we're going to do the, so that the YouTube person knows. Yay, 10 centidues. Good, good. All moves lead to a draw. The most likely moves are king f8, g5, and knight h4. But other moves also lead to a draw. So I don't know. Both players know with correct play this will be a draw, as it has been the whole game. Also, both players will be upset with how the game went. Magnus will say, I played my prep, everything was fine, and then I didn't know what to do, and I was floundering, and Jan must have been better somewhere there. And then Jan will be like, I was better, and I missed the simplification that was just equal. Terrible. I was white. So both sides are unhappy. So there you go.
okay. I was just explaining to video editor the format.
I like rook h6. After rook h6, don't I play rook e5, forking your knight and your c-pawn? I don't know about that move. Yeah, make sure you never play in a world championship. You won't do well. No. I have a lot of money. I have sponsors. I think this is the reason you guys aren't world champions. The thing that Magnus wants is to win world championships because he has everything else. If he's world champion for 25 years, that would make him happier than for 10 years, for example. And he wants to show dominance over everybody, not just Anand. There was no dominance over Karyakin or Caruana. Those matches ended 6-6. He wants to win a match before there's tie breaks. I like in the video I'm looking at, Danny Wrench is nonstop talking, and then she says nothing. I'm right. Look, and he's always like, Danny Wrench is like, crazy. Yeah. Okay, he played knight h4, and why did he do that? He put it in h. Oh. Also, that move doesn't smell.
Yeah.
And h3, that's different.
She's talking now.
Right. I've never seen her talking before. Mm-hmm. So the engine really wants to play rook a d1 because it likes this pawn. Well, it likes this pawn more than this pawn. That's not an easy move to play, rook a d1. I would actually be surprised if he played that. Like rook e3 makes more sense to me. And then the engine actually likes black there because white's rook is so shallow and pedantic.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, I don't have as much to say because I'm not very good at chess. Fudge. Elemental fudge.
Well, would you rather have the extra pawn or would you rather, this terrible pawn structure? Would you want to have black here because these suck? Or do you want to have white because white has a pawn more? You gotta have a preference for what kind of style you have.
Yeah.
Because it's equal.
So I would want black.
Wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Mainly because...
Magnus is better than Jan?
No, just the kind of player I am.
Mm-hmm.
When I have those kind of pawns,
You don't like that? Yeah.
I lose all my pawns every time.
Damn.
I do. I just not good at this when the pawn structure gets wrecked, and so that's why.
Not only do I agree with you, Magnus agrees with you. If Magnus wanted to draw, he would have played G5, I think. I think Magnus is hoping to get some advantage.
I just, every time I lose all my pawns.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
The guy said he always thinks this is your arm until you move your arm.
Oh. But I have on blue.
Your arm's red and black on top. It's a strange arm. I've been torturing Karen's arm and it's red and black. Terrible.
Well,
Thanks, Tisker Tasker.
we can put it right there, right, but kind of between us visual. Yeah.
If I played Magnus 100 slow games, how many would I win? 101, 102. That's a good guess. Not many is the right answer.
Scottish Demon Goat, you like white better?
I can't hear Karen. That's just because you can't hear Karen. That's not related to the microphone. Also, the microphone is sort of in front of her.
Yeah, I mean, I can put it closer. How about that?
Darling, if you want the microphone to be closer to me, closer to you, and closer to me.
And turn it up.
Turn them shits up. Yeah, he did play Rook E3. That's what I thought he'd play. Rook AD1's weird. It's too passive.
Well, wait, Rook AD1.
No, this is the human move. Defends.
That's what I would have done, but why are you saying Rook AD1?
The engine wanted to go here.
Oh, okay.
That's not very human. It just gives this pawn up,
Right.
and then it plays like D4, D5, D6, D7, D8, D9, D10.
Oh, it just gives the pawn up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, the rook is good. We have a passed pawn. This pawn doesn't matter. But, yeah, it's all a draw.
Yeah, maybe you're OCD, Kurlock.
Well, then he would be CDO. You gotta alphabetize it.
Your ADHD Kingpin.
You can see the evaluation on the board on the left. There's a thermometer. So let's say Jan's really excited. The thermometer goes up, if you know what I mean. And then if he's like, oh, then it goes down. And then Magnus's goes up. So if Magnus is better, there's more black in the thermometer because it's Black Friday.
We got up early too, Stevie. And we were up late.
Man, you're ABCD, god damn. I was in Dubai 2 consecutive Decembers, like, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. And both times it was exactly 80 Fahrenheit every day. My phone would go 80, 80, 80, 80. The next year, 80, 80. And that was like December, 26th, 5th, 7th, 8th. Always the same temperature. Frankly, great. So, a lot of you people, if you can call yourselves people, are looking at the position and then saying, oh, on move 5, why did Jan do this? Because look at this position. The players are playing the best they can, and when they play the best they can, and they don't blunder, they don't make mistakes, the game ends in a draw. And that's what they're doing. White's been a pawn up for a long time, because Magnus sacrificed a pawn. Magnus had reasonable compensation the whole game, and now he has full compensation, if not more. The engine actually prefers black after G6.
Yeah.
And when I say it prefers it, it still says it's a draw, but it'd rather have black.
Yeah, S44 was asking that if you thought G6 was a good move right now.
G6 is good because then you have Luft. And you don't want to make Luft any other way because it's not as good. You want to play H6 because if you play King H7, Rook E7 is annoying. If you play G6, then your king is defending all 3 pawns. and your knight has a safe square on f5 defended by the pawn. The negative, especially for you guys at home, is you guys want to play here and take this pawn somehow, which will never happen. But that's what you want. You don't care that this pawn is hanging because you forgot about that. And you forgot that the rook can't take this because the knight's here. And you forgot the knight's blocking the rook. That didn't stop any of you. And g6 makes sure that rook here won't be played. So you guys are furious that g6 is a good move.
So that, so is that why, is g5 not good anymore?
G5's fine. What Jan wants to do probably, frankly, in my opinion, I can't read his mind. I think Jan wants to play c4, because you should always, c4 is explosive. And then he can cement his knight on d5 there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, obviously, you got to give squares to get squares. Who said that? I just said it. Fisher.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Fisher.
Reading the chat sometimes I don't multitask very well.
You know what I say? I just said, I just said it when I asked you the question. It was a joke.
Oh.
Everything I say is a joke, except that, and that, and that, and that, and that. We need a bigger table for all my garbage.
Anna Cramling and Andrea Botez are eating cupcakes, always on the cutting edge of chess.
As long as they're cutting the cupcakes. Yeah. Is BB4 a chess move or a musical note? Can it be both?
It's not a bad thing to eat. Ben was just eating bagels. How does
Hooray.
that compare?
Please come to Dubai in August. No, then it'll be 1 billion degrees. The only way you could make it cooler in Dubai in August is to say the temperature in centigrade Celsius. That's the only way. If you say Fahrenheit, it's going to be really high. Yeah, so you got to do that. And forget about Kelvin. Forget about it.
Uh-oh, there go the dogs.
Go dogs.
The first stream bar.
Before I met Karen, I weighed more than I do now, and I was a weatherman, and they called me Calvin James.
I'm going to have to go up and beat the
Did you get any of that joke?
I know Calvin, you know.
Right, and Kevin James is a fat actor.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy.
Calvin James.
I don't know him.
You know Kevin James?
I don't know.
In the episode of Family Guy where Peter fights Putin, they think Peter's Kevin James.
Oh, is he
Kevin
on
James, King of Queens.
King
yeah.
of Queens.
Right. Unfortunately.
I didn't like that show.
That's correct.
But I know who he was. And didn't know I knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that show is no good.
Why didn't Nepo blunder fool's mate? Because he played e4 on move 1. Actually, he didn't. Some other person played e4, and he said, okay. Yeah. Call me Deacon Blues. I think they call Karen Deacon Blues because she's the Alabama fan. She was wearing an Alabama shirt yesterday.
Oh, well, I did
Yeah.
have on my hoodie.
I'm also a fan of Alabama, but don't tell Karen. It's Alabama Whirly. Don't tell her.
Alabama Whirly? Oh, wait, it's a character.
Right. Then what does she taste like?
I don't know.
Tastes like a peach.
I can't remember where it's from.
It's from True Romance. Played by one of the sisters that are famous. I don't know which one.
The Arquettes.
Yeah, it's one of the Arquettes. Nobody knows which one. It's Patricia.
Patricia, yeah.
Yeah.
She's the best actress of all of them. Yeah, go Alabama, says C.L. Smith.
El Mero subscribe. Good, good. Karen went to Alabama before you were born, probably.
You know, I did actually go there for one semester.
Yeah, 30 years
I dropped
ago?
out.
Yeah,
But
more than 30 years ago, maybe. Yeah, definitely more than 30 years ago. Definitely. You're still not born. Man, harsh. I live in North Africa. 40 Celsius is not good for you. Well, you should move to Phoenix.
Alabama's not beating Georgia this year.
The game's tomorrow, right? Actually, they're probably going to play twice. They have to play in the regular season, then in the SEC championship.
I believe that Alabama could do it.
Some people think that Alabama's cheating. So after they play in the SEC championship, they're going to be investigated by the SEC. They don't know what the Securities and Exchange Commission is, do they? No.
Maybe.
That joke didn't make a lot of sense, but it's still funny.
Yeah.
Now, you know this is a world championship game because neither player ever moves.
Oh, Georgia's next week. Yeah, I thought it was. I'm sorry to interrupt. Thought it was always Alabama, Auburn, Thanksgiving weekend. So I thought that was weird.
Oh, you watch Billions, yeah. So you're saying they're gonna if Alabama beats Georgia by a very small score, like they win by 3 or 4 or something, then they'll both be in the Final Four and they'll play again, maybe. That's a good dog.
Ben, when are you coming to New York?
I don't know. My son's there right now. Isn't that good enough? He's my proxy. Come on.
Iron Bowl. Yeah, there go the dogs.
That's a good dog.
Can you guys hear the dogs?
Obviously. No, I think if I'm serious. I think if Georgia crushes Alabama by like 25, I don't think Alabama's in the playoffs. I don't think so. Yeah,
You hear no dogs. Good.
2-loss team and getting crushed. Not good.
Dogs are horrible.
The question is, if Michigan beats Ohio State, which they won't, but if they do, will Ohio State be in the Final Four, or will Michigan? Or does it depend on the Big Ten championship game? The answer is fries.
Hey, how about that?
Man, this is like the Lions game. Nothing ever happens. It seems to me Magnus is playing slower than Jan, but Magnus always has more time. So I guess I'm wrong. What can I tell you? No, I don't think this repetition will happen, which I thought about earlier. You guys mentioned it, because I think Ricky 5, is just helping White. I don't think that Rick's going to go back here. I don't think Magnus wants a repetition either. He's just trying to figure out whether to play here, here, or here. And the answer is probably fries. And he's also wondering, does it matter if Jan plays c4, knight d5, or does it matter because my knight gets to d4? I mean, if I was White, I'd want to play c4, knight d5. I like my knight on d5. It's a stable square, and horses like stables, right? So,
Yeah, that would be good.
oh, so Magnus's time is wrong? Yeah, that makes more sense that Magnus is playing slower. What's Spencer doing in New York? It's Thanksgiving. He's visiting his older half-sister and her family. Let's refresh again, see if they fixed the time. No, the time was fixed before I refreshed. So that's good. Okay, so he did play King F8. Always play King F8. Okay, this is actually the time. Ridiculous. Once again, every move is equal. The engine moves are knight g2, knight e2. Whoa, it's a drunken knight. And rook to d1. But basically, Magnus decided not to do anything by playing this move, just making his position better, because the rook can't infiltrate. There's no back rank mates. There's no knight e7 check in case we play c4, knight d5. And, White still has this ridiculous pawn structure for a pawn. So still about equal. However, Jan will never move. So there you go. 10 minutes later. And I was analyzing this position earlier with SpongeBob, and some guy over the intercom said 20 weeks later. And it was the same position. I was like, wow. It turned out that was MVL. Yeah.
No, not the chess team. The chess team wasn't doping.
Which chess team?
Some other Russian sports.
Oh, no, it had nothing to do with chess. It was Russian Sporting Federation, making sure everybody cheats. And so Russia, the country of Russia was punished, and Jan plays for Russia. So his flag here, which Russia is incorrect. It's actually the Russian Chess Federation flag. It's very disturbing, except literally nobody cares. In FIDE's defense, they said, we're not as corrupt as FIFA, and nobody argued. So there you go. What are the chances Karen knows what FIFA is? 50-50. Either she does or she doesn't.
FIFA?
I'm going to bet against it.
I don't know.
They're the governing body of soccer in the world.
Oh.
Yeah. Everything they do is, illegal because there's a lot of money in soccer.
Oh, yeah.
So if you ain't giving the money under the table, you can get nothing. Yeah. Also, the referees cheat for certain teams because then they get paid more by the team. Teams have a lot of money. Yeah. Like in the second, third, and fourth divisions of, of soccer, it's just all cheating. All the games are fixed. The top division, only a few of them are. Only a few. So that's good. Yeah. Basically, everybody's a criminal. Sometimes they go to jail. The people in charge of soccer, they're like, wait a minute, you're suspicious. And he's like, I'm not as suspicious as that guy. And they're like, yeah, you got us on that, but you're still going to jail. Is doubling the rooks bad for white? No. The problem with rook here is it doesn't really help white because white's rook is defending this pawn. So if this rook ever moves, knight takes just attacks the rook. So what most of you people do on the chat and in the rest of the world is you suggest moves that are good on general principles, and the players play moves that are not good on general principles, and you furrow your brow in a vain attempt to understand why. The reason is they calculate 100 moves ahead, and they play the best move based on the demands of the position. The things that you're talking about are stuff that you teach beginners so they play better. So if a beginner's sitting there going, duh, right? Then we're like, okay, play in the center and have a good pawn structure and take your opponent's queen. But when you're one of the top players in the world, they calculate a lot, but you don't see them calculating a lot because you just see the moves that are made. So they're calculating dozens of variations, several moves deep, then they make the move that's the best. And you guys don't even understand what that is. You guys are like, what? I don't analyze any variations. I like move my knight there. And that's why occasionally they blunder because they're thinking 10 moves ahead, then they miss one move. Then we laugh at them until my throat is sore. So the engine thinks this is equal and otherwise white has an advantage. The problem is if knight f5, I'm going to play rook e5 gaining a tempo on the knight, and the knight might have to retreat again, and then, white's a pawn up. White plays king e2 and knight e3, and, white's up a pawn.
Yeah.
So engine recommends knight takes, king takes, doubling the rooks on the d pawn, which makes it hard for white to play d4 later. So after the normal moves, keeping the tension, it likes white a little bit. And after this, it just says it's equal. This game has always been a draw with correct play. It's just a question of would you rather have white or black? That's what's happening. And the engine thought this was not incisive enough. It thought g6 was better. And then, if the king was here and there was a pawn on g6, then when we play knight f5 in the same position, rook e5 doesn't gain a tempo because the knight's defended, and therefore rook takes d3. So you could argue this is an inaccuracy. You could. Because you could argue knight g2 is a good move, and if he played g6, which he didn't, then knight attacks the rook, and the rook's attacking the pawn, and the knight's defended. The engine thinks black is close to winning here because white just blundered a pawn. So after g6, Jan wasn't going to play knight g2. Probably Magnus was like, knight g2, who cares? I'm worried about c4, knight d5. Then when knight g2 was played, he was like, oh, if I play here, then rook here gains a tempo. I can't take the pawn. Now, he knew that, but he probably wasn't worried about knight g2 because it looks so passive. But if he would have prevented knight g2, and again, white's always trying to trade everything because then white's up a pawn. If there's a million pieces on the board, those pawns could be weak and attacked, etc., mainly, etc. So now I always liked black after I liked white. Like I liked white until he played bishop f4. Then when these trades happened, like here, and I liked black, and now I like white because king f8 was too matter of fact. He says, yeah, I'll make a move, but he didn't analyze knight g2 properly. So now he's choking on his own rage. He's mad at himself because what I'm saying, he knows a lot better than I do. So Magnus in his mind is like, Oh man, knight g2, that's pretty good. Because the rook on e3 was stuck. It was defending this pawn, and it was defending this pawn. And now it's not stuck. Because this knight's going to move away. If it goes here, I can attack it. And if we trade, there's no knight attacking my weak pawns, and my rook's already defending both of them. This means, now we want to have white. White's up a pawn. This pawn's backward and weak. The pieces are getting traded, etc. Mainly etc. And that's why Magnus is thinking here, I'm sure he's mad at himself. He was like, I'm a pawn down, but I'm going to play for a win in this equal position. And now he's like, now I'm a pawn down, but now I want to draw. Now he's like, damn, that, I can't, the knight doesn't have any good squares here. That was like the only square up in White's grill, and that's getting kicked out. And Magnus has been kicked out of better places. Well, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. This move is so inaccurate, the dogs are furious. They're like, rawr, mad. Etc. So the more you donate, the more good analysis like that you get.
Wait, tell me again, what was wrong with if black retreats knight g5?
F5?
I'm sorry, yeah, f5.
Right, now I attack your knight.
Oh, yeah, and you lose
Then you
the
do
pawn.
something about it.
And then you lose the pawn.
What
oh,
pawn?
Yeah.
What pawn?
The d pawn, right? Or no?
No, I mean, if
you protect, so like if you went there.
Right, now it's White's move.
Oh, yeah, White.
This is why knight f5, this is why king f8 was inaccurate. Now I play king e2. I'm up a pawn. And my rooks are on your pawns. Knight's coming to e3. Papa John's. However, if Magnus had played g6 instead of king f8, which is the engine recommendation, now this move is a blunder. Because after here, you can't attack my knight. My knight's protected. So if you do, then I take this and like black's, coming in.
Oh, I see. If you've done g6.
Yeah,
right. Oh, I see.
So g6 prevents knight g2. Magnus literally didn't care about knight g2 because it looks very passive and silly. But my rook is passive and silly. It's defending these pawns. So now you get a Sophie's choice. Either move your knight away and my rook and knight come to life, or you trade and your pressure on my isolated pawns is gone because your knight's gone. And then we'll get to a rook ending where White's up a pawn. Like in this rook ending, if my pawn was here, I would just say White's winning. White's up a pawn, he just wins. Here, okay, is no good, so White's better. But no, it's not good. This is better. And that's not what Magnus wanted. Magnus didn't want to play for a draw. Magnus was like, I can squeeze and attack these weak pawns. So knight g2 was good. There's good and there's no good. Knight g2 was good. Okay. So after king f8, knight g2, he attacked the rook. Rook went to e5. Right. Now here, I thought White would play king e2 because the engine said so. I see nothing wrong with that, except it gets rid of one of the retreat squares for the rook, so he might have thought his rook might get trapped. Right? So he played knight e1, defending his weak pawns, and now his rook can escape if there's some issue. And then Jan's like, I'm up a pawn. So now the engine wants to do a rigmarole here and get the knight to f4, because you want the knight in front of the weak double pawns. I agree with that. So the engine really likes this move and does not like this move. It doesn't like that. In fact, the only reason not to play king e2 is you're afraid your rook is going to get in trouble. So he was probably afraid his rook might get trapped because it has almost nowhere to go. But the engine says, no, the rook's not getting trapped. Stop. So this is the one move that maybe gives him the advantage, but I doubt it. It's probably still a draw. This is a safer move because the rook can retreat here.
Hey, how doll for all.
Still in the draw zone.
You want some Chris's hot dogs? Now, come on. I know your family. Tell me which family member you are.
By who?
How doll for all.
Oh, that's right.
Coming in here.
Just get him the hot dog so he stops. Yeah. It's time for the third train.
I do like those Chris hot dogs.
Go train. Yeah, this is like a lot of world championship games. There's not a lot of super excitement. There's a lot of the engine saying it's equal or somebody's a tiny bit better. There's a lot of trading. Nobody ever makes a move. Now that's a world championship.
Ben, you better show your stream setup sometime. Says Random Jeff.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, we can show it sometime. We just set up here. It's new. We have to improve it just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The setup, though, is the same.
After the game ends, I'm going to do a recap of the game. But thanks for asking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, who are these people that I'm like, oh, it's your stream? I'm looking at the followed channels. I'm like, who? What?
Oh, yeah.
Who? I don't follow them. I don't follow anybody. What's the time in Dubai? It's time to get ill. Now what's the time? It's time to get ill.
Yeah, I'll have some non-chess streamers that I follow.
Man, there's a lot of moving your knight around this game. Both sides are just moving their knight all over the board. Magnus played knight g7, recommended by the engine. The knight wants to go here, right? Mm-hmm. So it's got two ways to get there. He's got two ways, one for each of you. And the engine just says everything is a draw. It doesn't matter what move white plays, it's a draw. Yeah. So it's not the most exciting game, but, if somebody blunders, I'm not sure how they blunder, then they could lose. Not sure how that would happen. You missed when Magnus had bishops. Well, if you could spell bishops correctly, that would help.
Mm-hmm. I had a nice Thanksgiving. Thank you, Haldol, for all.
Mm-hmm. No, you can take on a6. There's no doubt about it, but it does lose a rook. But you can do it. It's not a good move. Mm-hmm. I can't play Magnus in this position because I'm at home in Roswell, Georgia, and he's in Dubai playing a world championship match. So we can't just stop what we're doing and just play this position. But thanks for asking.
Ben did not eat tofu turkey. Yay. Hey,
thanks, Raj. You're the best, Raj.
How's it going?
Yeah, Roswell that ends well. What cartoon had that as a name of an episode? Roswell that ends well.
Futurama?
Yes. Good job. Good job.
But I don't even watch Futurama.
It was the other Roswell, though.
I know.
Yeah. Who's in Dubai? Your mother. I don't know. I mean, everybody's in Dubai. The players, the organizers.
I finally got one tense for extension.
Mm-hmm. I'm in Phoenix, which is basically Dubai. It's true. Roswell, Michigan. Mm-hmm. This is PogChamps. Yeah.
We didn't go to Dubai for a lot of reasons.
One deviled egg, the same deviled egg.
Mm-hmm. Too expensive and a lot going on, and we were worried we'd get stuck there with COVID.
Good one, Laszlo Thomas.
What is that?
Enough about Hermes' promiscuous mother. That's from the show. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, C.L. Smith. It's a train.
Yay.
This is Sub Sunday. You're in Constantinople. No, that's nobody's business but the Turks.
Thank you, No Hero. Or No Jiro. Go Ben.
Yeah, what a great episode that was.
Thank you for that.
Then later in the series, when the brains tried to take over, they said they can't take you over because you have this delta brainwave is missing because you're your own grandfather. And then Fry said, I did do the nasty and the pasty. So, how about these cookies, sugar? Thanks, Squirrel Guts. You're the best. Yeah. Now remember, nobody ever moves. If anybody moves, it's a typo. Yeah. They sit there and don't move.
Thank you, Ollie McKenzie, for the gift sub.
That's why this is more exciting than Rapid Chess. Because in Rapid Chess, they move. I don't want to see that. Terrible. This makes Greg Shahadi furious that the World Championship is slow chess. He hates slow chess.
Oh.
It's like, well, nobody ever moves. What kind of chess is that?
Yay.
And that's why he doesn't play chess anymore. He doesn't want to sit there for 5 hours and play one game. He's like, I don't want to do that.
Thank you, the Spencer, for the 100 bits.
Hooray.
Well, you know.
That's right. The only way the GGT board works is if nobody moves. Yeah, that's correct. Now, this guy's half kidding. Did you ride a camel in Dubai? Right? Mm-hmm. But the answer is yes. I did ride a camel in Dubai.
Yeah?
Yeah. We went on the camel. We went to some, it wasn't in Dubai, but it was like 10 miles out, the sand dunes, and I did ride a camel. Yep. That is correct. 5 centidues. Yay, Forrest. We could see his subs through the trees. 5 tier 1 subs. Did you give the camel an apple? I did not. What's like riding a camel? I mean, it was like 8 years ago. I don't know. Hikaru said the game is no longer a draw and Magnus wins. I don't think he said that. I think he said something and that was your translation of what he said. The 91 was clearly inferior to King E2, but the game's always been a draw and it still will be a draw and everything's a draw. Man, it looks like Jan is doing commentary on his own game. Well, that's pretty good. That's good coverage.
Everybody's looking like everybody. That was a video of himself.
That was Jan talking before. Yeah, right. Although sometimes they do that thing where you go into the confession booth.
Oh, yeah.
Probably not in the World Championship.
No.
Though.
I don't. Do they do those anymore, or was that just sort of a brief thing they tried? And
Yeah, the Sinkfield likes to do it, but nobody goes in there. Yeah.
I think Fabi went in there one time.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it. It was this very, very long, complicated
Ben will never see my text. This better be good.
analysis in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hikaru went in there too.
That's that's okay. That's a B minus. Joke's all right. He sends me a joke every 5 seconds. I only give you the gold. The gold. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Trying to learn.
Yay, San V gifted 2 subs. Good. Now, if somebody wants to gift 100 subs, we'll thank you. Karen will too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ian's dressed like a snooker player. I agree. That's true.
What I'm thinking is in a minute I might go up and...
Get me some Perrier?
Oh, I forgot the Perrier.
Well, you got me coffee and bagels.
Hey, I could do that because I was going to real quick spend 10 minutes and get the soup started.
Ooh, do that. That's good.
Because it takes an hour.
And you can have the dogs come down if you want. They can knock all the lights over.
Oh, I don't want them down here.
Okay. Basement background looks cool. Spencer knows the basement pretty well. Spencer will be here tomorrow morning doing the commentary with us.
We can improve it over time. Mm-hmm. It's fine. It was good enough to get us going.
Are they allowed to share a pizza? What? See, now that's thinking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now he's choking on his rage. If you're not choking on your rage, you're not trying. So in my opinion, and we'll find out, I think when the games are over, the players will talk about the game to each other. Sometimes they do that, sometimes they don't, depending on how much they hate each other. I think these guys will. Now, the weird thing is, Magnus is going to speak Norwegian, and Jan's going to speak Russian. So, it's going to be tough to figure out what's going on.
We don't think there's a confession booth.
No, there's no confession
We were just
booth.
talking about when they had those at the Sinkfield Cup.
Thanks for gifting a sub, Chris Velos. You're the best.
Are you allowed to have snacks during long chess?
You're allowed to do whatever you want. This is the United States of America in Dubai.
What if you bring in like a whole plate of steaming?
They have food for you there. You don't eat at the board.
Yeah.
Then you would be beaten until my arm is sore. Yeah. The players don't eat at the board. They just eat away from the board if they want to eat. First, they get a copy of my book, Eat Like a Grandmaster.
Their moms bring snacks.
No, that's Daniel Negreanu. Negreanu's mom brings him food when he's playing poker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he married?
Yes.
He is?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Ginseng.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ginseng. I'm surprised.
And he's a vegan, too. Man.
Yeah.
For somebody so evil to be a vegan, what is he, me? Yeah.
He's
This remind me of me. That look in his eyes reminds me of me. No, I know I hate him.
He's an entertaining guy.
That's correct. He's married up. That is correct.
He married up?
Yeah. I mean, he's married, but, come on. Nobody believes that.
Well, I mean, he seems gay to me.
Right, yeah, yeah.
believes it what? Because he's gay or because she's too beautiful?
No, I mean, everybody just thinks he's gay. He does a lot of work on his body. He has a lot of plastic surgery and hair. He does all kinds of work. He says he does. People accuse him. He's like, yeah, I want to make myself look better. Yeah, like his hair's fake and his body's fake. Everything's fake.
I don't think he looks weird.
It's not even clear who he is. He likes to wear wife beaters too and then scream and get banned from Twitch. All that happened. He was kicked off of Twitch for a day because he was threatening some guy. Because the guy said, your wife's ugly or something. And he said, I'll kill you and everybody you've ever met. And then they banned him from Twitch.
He's really entertaining to watch play poker. I love his chatter, and he trash talks a little. He's real aggressive in his niceness, in a way.
Yeah.
He's real aggressive chatter. He's fun to watch.
Hey, look, it's MVL and Hess and Fabi.
Yay, go Fabi.
Okay, so he did move. He played rook e4. All right. I don't have much to say. He doesn't want the knight to go to f4. So the knight's not going f4 now because he played rook e4. And that's it. So he might play f5. The rook will move in a vertical fashion, and then he'll put his knight on f4. That's the idea. Yeah. And also, if he plays f5, then he can never play f6. Okay. And Jan put his knight here. Then when it got captured, he stopped his pawn from going to f3. So the players are playing great. You can't argue with that. Yay, level 5. That's correct, Atticus Finch 69. Exactly.
Yeah, I've never
269. Thanks, Clemmy.
Seen that side of him. Yeah. I'm not trying to say he's a nice guy, but it's faux nice when he's playing poker. He's trying to get on their nerves.
Several years ago, he was being interviewed in poker interview, and the guy asked him like, well, you're not as good as the European poker players, especially the German ones, but you still think you can do well in this tournament? Man, was he furious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the truth hurts. Yeah. Every country in Europe thinks their poker players are better than others, and they also think their beer's better, and they think their soccer team is the best. If you're European, you have to learn that. Your soccer team's the best, your beer's the best, and your poker players are the best. Especially if you're German. Then if you don't think that, you got to leave.
We're talking about Negreanu.
Right. Yeah, they were making fun of Negreanu because he was American. Yeah. They're like, well, you're American, so you suck at poker. And he's like, what? Yeah. Germans have a point with their beer. A lot of Belgians think their beer is the best. So, yeah, like that guy who just said Belgian beer is better. Yeah. Clearly, German beer is the best. I don't know. A lot of people think Belgian beer is better. Okay, so Magnus did exactly what I said. He played f5, so the rook wouldn't defend f4. And then he played knight here, so his knight can go here. So, correct.
Yay.
Things Zoomery. 400 centijuice. Go train. Czech beer's pretty good. What is it, Urquell? Is that the beer? Is it Urquell? Urquell or something? Is that the Pilsner that I like? Negreanu is Canadian. That's true. Yeah, Pilsner Urquell, 2 L's.
Yay, Deborah Gab.
Steve Urkel. Even better than Urquell. No.
Oh, I forgot he was Canadian.
I had Pilsner Urquell when I was in Maribor in Slovenia. You didn't see that coming, did you? Yeah. All right, the engine thinks everything's a draw and so forth. It likes rook to d1 because if the knight goes to f4, it wants to do the yes or push him baby and pre-defend the pawn anyway. It likes h4 because then the knight can't take the h-pawn. Makes sense. And knight g2 prevents f4, knight f4, I mean. Now, Magnus has a new idea here, which heretofore hasn't been possible, which is to play b4, and then if the pawn takes or goes here, the knight has the very nice d4 square. Know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. This is a committal move, but since white knight can't punish b4, he might do it. Then if white doesn't take and black trades, all three of these pawns are weak. Rook b6 and rook d8, and knight goes to d5 or b5. So b4 is, that's a move. So I would have told you 10 moves ago, black was better. I would have told you 5 moves ago, white was better. And now I think black is better. And the reason is white didn't play king e2, but he kept moving his knight around, confusing the audience. I mean, I was making fun of Magnus for going here, 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 and here. And since he's done that, he's moved the knight a lot more. But maybe this knight's the champ. This knight's also moving an incredible amount. I mean, this is its second run at g2. Knight g2 here, then knight e1, then back to g2. Never going back. The dogs don't like it. Right? Mm-hmm. The dogs are furious. All right, don't forget my Perrier when you get lentil soup.
I'll go there.
And don't forget lentil soup.
I won't. Hey, how do you say sassy? I know it's in that
You can
website.
say cess or sassy. Okay. Nobody knows except everybody knows but me, basically.
Trying to learn to say sassy like B4.
Right. Yeah, that's what I just said for an hour. Yeah.
But I don't know if you knew sassy.
I don't care what sassy says.
Well, just read it.
Sassy's no good.
We
want super sassy. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with sassy is it's not sassy. That's the problem. Yeah.
Do you have pets? Yeah, the dogs are barking right now.
Now, another idea for black is to move the king up because the king's better on f6 than f8. Defend the knight, control some squares, move the king up, etc.
All right, I'm going to go up and kill the dogs and finish the lentil soup and bring you a Perrier. 3 things.
Damn.
I remember numbers.
You could also bring 2 Perrier.
Better than other things. So.
Because these are small. So 2 Perrier is like one of the bottles of Perrier.
Yeah, but then they get, warm and really,
No, they don't because they're so cold when they get here and they're small.
It's not the worst thing in the world to cut down the.
No, 2's good. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be back.
Wrong copy pasta. Thanks for the gifted sub. What, you dropped your phone maybe? Yeah. That was the phone noise. All right, so B4 was played. So Magnus is going for it. What happened was it was like a Rocky movie, and Jan was explaining to Magnus how he was going to crush him. And Magnus said, go for it. Man, that's the worst movie line ever. Come on, Sylvester Stallone. Stop being so terrible. Etc. Go Perrier. It's trying to learn. I think so. I think he wasn't going to be working for chess.com unless half the viewers thought he was MVL. So they get more viewers that way. There's almost 50,000 viewers on chess.com. And here's why. It's not because people are tuning in to watch. When they do watch and realize this is terrible, they actually die of boredom and they stay on the stream. They're not actually watching it. They're just laying there dead. So they get a lot of viewers. They're like, I got to get off this stream. And then that's it. So the viewers just keep piling up, right? Not see good. There's no air on Mars. Yeah, well, there's no air for him either. That was a good scene. Go Rocky. They made a Rocky movie where Rocky was like 100 and he fought to a draw with the heavyweight champion. It was funny because they're all funny. I saw one of the Rocky movies, but it wasn't called Rocky. It was like the other guy's son. Anyway, I didn't think the movie was good when the guy who was supposed to be a tough fighter was like braiding his girlfriend's hair. And I was like, well, what? What kind of Rocky movie is this? Yeah, Creed. Yeah, as soon as he started braiding his girlfriend's hair, I was like, I'm out. Yeah, I can't watch this. Terrible. You're on my TV. Good. The more subs you give, the more subs we have. Also, the more subs you give, the more Hess looks like MVL. Etc. So this is a serious winning try for Magnus. F5, B4, etc. But the thing is, pawns are going to get traded. So, it's going to be a draw anyway. But Magnus is happier now than he was before. It seems like the slight advantage is going back and forth. And a lot of that is because Jan played knight e1 instead of king e2. Yeah, the engine wants him to put it in h, which is a weird move. If this pawn stays here, black can play rook b8 and then pretend he's threatening to take this and take all these pawns. Pretending's fun. And if white doesn't do anything, then, I can just move my king up and, I can start pretending to threaten stuff. And, white's very passive again. Still, it's a draw. White's up a pawn. There's not many pawns left for black. If he starts trading and taking, it's just going to be nothing left. And so on. Is h4 to prevent king g5? Man, king g5 would be good. You have to be at least 28-40 to play king g5. I mean, I'm not a fan of h4. I don't think he's going to play that. This position's not sharp. It's sharp for the number of pieces on the board, which is none. If there were more pieces on the board, it would be more sharp. But, there's just nothing left. So even if Magnus wins a pawn back and trades pawns, it's going to be a draw anyway. But, most people would say, and I would agree, that in these kind of equal endgames, you would assume Magnus is the better player. In like a boring equal endgame, you want to Magnus because he's better at boring equal endgames. And if it's sharp and complicated and it's tricky, maybe you want to be Jan. But this isn't, this is like an endgame. So should be happy if you're Magnus. Oh. The problem with traveling abroad for us is if we test positive for COVID when we're coming back, we can't come back. So that's not good. Hikaru's giving 100 subs if h4 played. Yeah, I don't think he said that. I think you guys are just lying about Hikaru's stream. Terrible. You're listening to my stream and Hikaru's stream at the same time, and you're mixing what we're saying, so it sounds really weird. Like, I'm eating a bagel, and you hear, like, Hikaru say, frankly, and then me say, delicious. So you think one of us said, frankly, delicious. Which, I would say, but still. No. Big money, Noemi, stop. $10. Dubai ships Vatals. Thanks, Shallow Chartreuse. You're the best until somebody donates $11. Then you're the second best. Go Laszlo Damas. If you donate $10.50, you're a daisy if you do. Well, I did bring this here. So to my right is a pool table, a TV that used to be here, some posters, The Hustler and such, Tombstone. Behind me is a ping pong table. There's more posters there, Blazing Saddles, True Romance, Snatch, Pulp Fiction. Eventually we'll get, and we have a lot of pictures of the chess center we're going to bring over here and put up. This may take a couple of months to do everything, make it look good. But we're going to be here forever, so I might as well make it look good over time. We decided not to do anything because we want to be like the world championship players and never move. Never. They're not playing that slowly. Karpov-Kasparov plays more slowly than they do. And they both have 26 minutes left, and it's move 33. If this was Karpov-Kasparov from 35 years ago, they'd both have 1 minute left, choking on their own rage. This is day 2, because I streamed last night from here for an hour. Yeah, Snatch was excellent. Yeah. Yeah, everybody was good in Snatch. Everybody. Who's the slowest GM? Grishuk? Grishuk gets in time trouble a lot. It's probably Grishuk or Robson. They're both in time trouble every game. Like, most GMs are in time trouble occasionally. They're always in time trouble every game. So it's got to be them. There's probably other GMs that are always in time trouble, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure who. Always. Robson's not as good as Grishuk, but Robson's pretty good for somebody who always has a minute on his clock. Now you have to remember, when you guys suggest things like why doesn't white go here and black go here, the actual answer to your question is that your moves are probably okay, but the reason they make moves isn't because like, oh, that looks okay. It's because they analyze a million moves ahead and they're like, okay, this is the best based on my million moves of analysis. And they do that every move. And sometimes they miss something because they're analyzing so many moves, and then, that's not good. That's why they never move. They don't want to make any mistakes. So the game's always been in the draw zone. You could have preferred white or black in different positions. It seems like most of the super GMs, whenever Jan is better, they think it's going to be a draw. And when Magnus is a little better, they think Magnus is going to win because he's Magnus. Okay? And that's a silly way to look at it, even if it is accurate. It's still silly. The game's always been a draw. And I think the super GMs, if they were playing, would rather have black now based on the last few moves. But it's still a draw. White's up a pawn. Black has great compensation. White has a terrible pawn structure. But there's not a lot of pawns that are going to be on the board in 10 moves. In 10 moves, it'll probably be like 3 pawns each or 4 pawns each. And the rooks will probably get traded. There's not much left. There's no queens. There's no bishops. Pair of knights were traded. Pawns were traded. The pawn structure is not good for white. Black's down a pawn. There's not a lot of checkmating ideas or promoting pawn ideas. In the endgame, if you want to win, somebody's got to promote a pawn here. I don't see either side promoting a pawn here. I don't see it. If a pawn's going to promote, I don't know which one it's going to be. I don't see anyone promoting. So that means that either somebody wins 3 or 4 pawns, which I don't see, or it's going to be a draw. And that's why if you let the engine think long enough, it's going to say everything's all zeros because there's no way for anybody to win minus a big mistake. The players have enough time on their clock to avoid a big mistake. So I just think it's going to be a draw. And I think the players think that too, but I think Magnus right now is more comfortable. I think this is a good position for him for this game. The only thing that makes chess more fun is the more you donate, the more fun you have. How many games will be played today? Good question. Some days we'll have 1 game and some days we'll have 0. This is one of the days that has 1. King e2 was one of the top, if not the top engine move. He should have played it earlier in the game instead of knight e1, but he played knight e1 to g2, then played king e2. Terrible. Rook b8 was played very quickly. Yeah, the engine just wants to give this pawn away. Let him play takes, rook takes. The king is going to come over here. Rook's going to come here, and it just says it's a draw. Yeah. It's slightly better for black, but it's not good winning chances. But it's better to have black here. I mean, you're going to lose this pawn by force, basically. You can't play takes or c4 because knight d4 check is crushing. So he's going to have to move his king over. Takes, rook takes, then probably rook a2. And then it's a draw, but black's a tiny bit better. Black has these terrible isolated pawns, and white's rook is active. White's other rook is active. White's king is good. This rook is defending. It's better for black because white has these stupid pawns, but she'll be a draw. Yeah, so rook a2 or king d2 will be played and should be a draw. Tiny little better for black. Tiny little. That's what she said. Grunge War gave 200 bits. GJ Skinny 81 is resubscribed. Good. And other stuff happened that I missed. Thank you. For all that stuff that I missed, great. And don't forget it. Now, for those of you that are confused, there's an engine bar with an evaluation right next to the board on the left. Right here. There's the evaluation. It's on the side of whichever the computer likes. And then there's the bar, which is in the middle, so it thinks it's equal. Then there's something here I can't read. That's the actual evaluation, which doesn't matter. It's basically equal. Everything's equal. You can't lose these positions in a world championship match. You have to lose more complex positions. If you lose these boring endgames that are equal, there's good and there's not good. Yeah. King d2 is played. That's excellent. And probably they'll go takes. King c2, rook somewhere. Then it's even pawns. Both sides have a bad pawn structure. Yeah. This rook can't participate now in the attack of these pawns because these pawns both moved. There's no rook f6. There's no rook h6. So it's very difficult to attack these pawns when the rook is defending two of them. So it's just a completely equal position. He could take with the king, but he doesn't want to because the knight goes to d4. So you definitely aren't going to do that. Knight d4, rook b6, the black's just winning. You don't want the knight to go here. These pawns would be frankly terrible. Taking this would be much better. Okay, let's have a vote in the chat. Do you think she got me one parry or two? Also, zero is possible. And the fourth answer is Pat Buchanan. Did you bring me Pat Buchanan?
Oh.
You all right?
Yeah. I got to remember.
Yay, two. How are the dogs doing? They're still alive?
Yeah.
Well, you said you were going to kill them.
I started the soup.
Yay. Man, Karen makes great lentil soup. Truth hurts for others who make it. Yeah, Karen couldn't believe that was Hess. And I was like, wait, who is that, Hess? Or MVL? Man, when MVL shows up, he's going to look like Hess. Right, king takes would be double question mark. That's the kind of move the gawking rabble plays. You don't want to have this pawn structure. You don't want the knight to have d4. This is just losing. He'll take with the pawn. Rook takes, king c2, Papa John's. The reason he hasn't moved yet is he's not at the board. Wow, he's still not at the board in my video, and he took with the pawn. I mean, that's great. That just shows the video's behind a little bit. But he wasn't at the board. Yeah, he took less than 4 seconds before taking with the pawn when he sat down. He sat down, wrote down Magnus's move, and then took with the pawn. And then played king c2, and this is the boring world of Niels Bohr. So black got his pawn back, ruined his pawn structure, and white's pawns are completely safe. This is a good rook. This is a good rook. This knight on e6 is better than this knight on g2, but it literally and figuratively doesn't matter. There's very little either side can do. What Jan's going to do, since his king is defending this, and this isn't attacked, he's going to move his rook somewhere. Nobody knows where. Here, somewhere. Then he's going to play knight e3, and then his knight will be just as good as Magnus's. In a dream world, probably the knight wants to be on c4, and then, I probably prefer white. Probably. Yeah. If I could just go here, I'd rather have white. Okay, that knight sucks. So he's got to move his rook and, get his knight here. Yeah, so by winning his pawn back, he got rid of white's doubled pawns, and he isolated both of his pawns. So now it's like equal. Very solid game from Jan. Usually, Jan wants to play crazy, but this game's been about equal the whole game. Move 37. Both sides have about 20 minutes left, etc. Can you further explain why the king doesn't take? No, I explained why black plays knight d4. That's terrible. I preferred white in some positions and black in some other positions. Yeah, you don't. That was a terrible move. I mean, the knight has d4 forever. This pawn's going to be lost. This is the worst pawn structure in Christendom, and I'm an atheist. I mean, you can't defend this pawn. You can't play rook a3 because knight check wins the rook. Or I could just go here and take anyway. So it doesn't save a pawn. It just ruins your position. This is winning for black. White has 6 weak pawns. God damn. Frankly, ridiculous. Now now you're talking. Knight can never come in here. Pawn structure good. Pawn structure bad. Papa John's. Mainly Papa John's. Yay, $23.45. Hooray, 2345. Good. I think my FIDE rating was 2345 about 35 years ago. 34 years ago? No, maybe 35. Yeah. What does my shirt mean? Never play f3? It means never play f3. Thank you. For more information, see the following chat that I'm going to put down now. Give me a second because I'm old. Man, I used to be young. All right. I hope that chat explained it. I'm trying to be helpful here. Okay, rook b7. The rook has lots of squares to go to. Controls the 7th rank. Very reasonable. And either Jan's going to move his rook and try to play knight e3, or Jan's going to do nothing. Make a random legal move. Like, rook a2, stopping the rooks, from doubling and coming in here. Or h4. One of the problems of moving the rook, if you consider it a problem, I'm not saying you do, is knight g5 forks the 2 pawns, which I don't think is super important, but it might be. So Jan might play h4, stopping knight g5, and then move his rook. Okay, that's what he did. And then move his knight here. Like, there's no reason to look at this and analyze it if you can just stop it. This pawn's less weak now because you can't take it. For this knight to take this pawn would be a miracle. For a rook to take this pawn would be a miracle. So the only thing that can take it, which won't happen, is this. So maybe like in 25 moves, Magnus will win this pawn, but I doubt it. Thanks, Enzian Hero. Whoa, hero. Yeah. So he's going to move his rook next move somewhere. Then he'll play knight e3 to c4, which stops rook b2 forever. The knight blocks this pawn. It's the greatest knight ever. And at that point, I will prefer white, but the engine prefers black now. Okay. I'm looking at the engine's line, but I don't understand anything. Yeah, the engine wants to play a5 and rook here and so forth. Mainly and so forth. Okay, so one of the tactical tricks, which I'm just now seeing, is knight d4 check, which I just now see. The engine, okay, and it's possible Jan didn't see that. And if you take, we're checking and winning the exchange. And if the king moves, the knight may have some strong move. So the reason the engine likes black is at some point this is going to be good. I don't know when, but at some point. That's a funny tactic to miss if he indeed misses it. Weetron subscribed. So check, take is check, and you win the rook. If you don't take the knight, that's a good knight. Like king c1 loses to this, king d2 loses to this, etc. Now, unfortunately for Magnus, if he goes here now, white plays king d1, and the engine just goes back here. So that doesn't, there's nothing. There's no threats now. However, the engine's making some moves and then say maybe this is good. For example, let's play a5, which looks like it hangs the pawn. Terrible. But now knight d4 is winning because the rook's not on a1, so we're going to infiltrate. Yeah, and now rook cb6 threatens checkmate with advantage. If you take and I take, I'm threatening the rook and I'm threatening checkmate. This is like out of nowhere. Yeah, we're on a road to nowhere. And black's winning. And after a5, you can't take on a5, but eventually black wants to keep pushing the pawn with this same trick. And then eventually double rooks. If the rook wasn't here, if it was on another square, then knight here wouldn't work because we could just take it. Then taking doesn't attack our rook. So very complicated, interesting. If we double the rooks here to go here, you can play rook a2, but he might be afraid of rook b1, but this knight is attacked. So after rook a2, we can start pushing our pawn and hope to play a3, rook b2 check. So it's still very complicated for these guys. For the engine, it's like, nah, whatever. And they're actually thinking about all this. So Magnus played king f7, which is not incisive. He didn't see a way he could get in with the knight d4 trick. So he just played king f7 because his king's better on f7. And then Jan said, excuse me, while I stop knight d4 check the rest of the game. So now Jan wants to put his knight here, wants to trade rooks. And eventually these pawns are going to be weak. So it's funny, the engine says it's all zeros, but I'd rather have white. Because I'm envisioning, I'll play rook a2, stopping the counterplay. I'll put my knight on c4, and then I'm just taking white. The knight's on c4. And the engine says, like, nah, this is fine for black. Okay. I mean, once I get my knight here, I'm not worried at all. There's no rook b2 check. The knight's controlling every square in black's position. The knight can't be attacked. I'm taking white. But the engine says after this, it's equal. All right. Yeah, king f7 wasn't taking advantage of this knight d4 trick. He either analyzed it and thought he couldn't, or he didn't see the tricks that he had. There's still a draw, but I think black was a little better there with those tricks. Now when the knight gets here, I'm going to prefer white again. No matter which side I prefer, it's still going to be a draw. I got to prefer somebody. I prefer Perrier. No, CL Smith. If you play knight here, check with the knight here. I take it, I play knight c4, and then you have to donate for suggesting that. Yeah, knight e3, check, take, knight c4, Papa John's. Fabi said, I'm Fabi, I'm not MVL. And they were like, yeah. Man, these guys really played really well with their time. Ending on move 40 with like 15 minutes left. That's what I recommend to my students. So there's really good time usage. They didn't play too fast and they didn't get into time trouble where they're hurrying. Perfect. Then when they both make move 40, they get another hour. So it'd be 60 minutes plus whatever time they have left added on. Who's more racist, Papa John or Drumpf? Oh, probably Drumpf. Probably. They get extra time at move 40 and at move 60. But they get only 15 minutes at move 60. At move 40, they get an hour. At move 60, they get an increment. There's an increment at move 61. Will Spencer make a push for GM? No. I make one Papa John's joke after the other, and then the guy says, I can't believe Ben likes Papa John's. Terrible. You like Pizza Hut. You're banned and your children's children. The rook on A1, I don't think has moved. I think he played rook here, rook here, rook here, rook here. Yeah, I don't think this rook has moved. For Magnus, only this hasn't moved. King F6. Put it in F. One idea for black to have another passed pawn other than the A pawn is to play G5 and have a passed H pawn. It's funny to have these two passed pawns. So it's funny, after knight E3, which is what I would play, knight F4, knight C4, which is what I would play, the engine says black is slightly better. I guess because black can just chill and trade rooks and play G5 and get a passed H pawn. I guess we just can't do anything with our knight on C4. We just chill. When I say it says black's better, it says it's equal. But it says rook A2 is more equal. It doesn't want the knight to go to F4 because of the knight on G2. Again, they're not playing for a draw or a win. They're playing the best move. You keep playing the best move, and then hopefully your opponent doesn't. You don't think to yourself, I'm playing for a draw. I mean, you guys do that, but they don't do that. They know that it's most likely going to be a draw, and they know that it's equal, but they just play. It's chess. They play chess. Then when the game ends, they can analyze it later. Etc. It's Karen. You put that soup on?
Yeah, I was doing some other things.
Looks like you had a snack.
No.
Really?
No.
Pretty good. See, the thing is, here, let me explain.
Looks like.
Let me explain the snack situation, okay? Karen will back me up. On her birthday and the day after, Karen got more sweets than atoms in the universe.
Hey, Spencer.
Right, sweetie?
I did. I don't know why I look like I had a snack.
No, but she had, she got a bat. What's that thing called? The thing they got you. It opens up and it's cool.
A box?
No, but it was nice.
A decorative box?
Well, but it's better than that.
It was a decorative box.
Okay, they got her something and it just had sweets in it and other stuff we can't talk about. Then, which also looked like sweets, Then, here's what happened. I ordered from a flower place, flowers and candy and such, and they messed it up. They said delivered, and I said it wasn't delivered because it wasn't. They said, oh. Then it was delivered like 45 minutes later, which was the original delivery. Then they sent it again because it wasn't delivered. Then they gave me a refund. So we got twice as much as I ordered, plus they gave me money back. So then she got twice the candy. The second candy was better.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, they gave her different candy. Yeah, so she got 2 things of candy from me, 8 million flowers, 9 million balloons. Happy birthday. And then the people who work at the club, they gave her a lot of sweets. And then she buys a lot of sweets anyway, and I can't eat them. Yeah, and Archer and Holden haven't been here in a long time, so only Karen's our only hope.
Yeah, the chess club staff gave me the nice decorative box with a lot of candy. And a special.
What that box looks like?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it looks like. Mm-hmm. You know when there's buried treasure and you open up the thing and there's treasure? That's what it looks like, a treasure box.
Treasure box, yeah.
Yeah, it looks exactly like that.
It has a half-cylinder lid.
Yeah, whenever there's treasure and the pirates want it, it's always in that kind of thing. Yeah.
Chest.
Yeah, you'd think Karen would know about a big chest, but she was confused.
I don't know why I can't remember words. So, but it's funny about this made of gold. One of the items in my treasure chest was wrapped in gold.
Yep. No comment.
And
on
I'm
what
curious as to anyone might know what it is. Probably not. It was wrapped and it was cylinder shaped in gold. Those are the hints. And it was from the lovely Yvonne.
If that guy wasn't 68, he would date Yvonne or something.
That's it. Bong.
Some-
No, it wasn't a
something like
bong. It was little. It was a box. The box was only this big. Had candy in it and one item
We're gonna have to move because it's too dirty here. Can
wrapped in gold.
Can we get the cleaning woman from the chess club to come here and clean all this up? Yeah. If you get it correct, you'll be banned. That is correct.
It wasn't a
Vibrator is a funnier answer.
It's not a
now.
vibrator.
Yeah, about 6 inches.
Not 6 inches. It's probably about,
Yes.
3.5 inches.
All right, let's go back. King F6. He played knight E3. So the engine was all about preventing knight F4, preventing knight F4, no trouble. And I literally didn't care. I'm like, knight C4. So knight F4, knight C4 will probably be played. And that's just completely equal, it says. I like that knight on C4, I'm not going to lie. But okay, the knight on F4 is good. Black can get a pass pawn on the king side. There's no pawns on the board. All right. However, the most important thing is Hess still looks like MVL. See? Still looking like MVL.
It's funny.
That's important. And Fabi's looking like Spencer now.
I love it. They have the lounge area.
So this is move 40. So it says Jan has 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Then like magic, he'll have 76 minutes and 35 seconds. Yeah. And if Magnus forgets about the clock here, he could lose on time. If he takes 11 minutes and he's like, oh, I forgot there was a clock. That's not going to happen. Maybe for Kasparov it would.
A bag of weed. Says Stonefish.
That's from that's from Family Guy.
Oh.
He wrote a song about weed.
Yeah?
Yeah, here's what happened.
I don't think that's from Family Guy. I think that's his guess.
Yeah, I know. So here's what happened. On Family Guy, he likes weed. Brian the dog. Okay?
Okay.
Then they ban weed, right? In the city, which doesn't make any sense. And then Brian like goes to the park and he's like, "No, we got to have weed. It's great." And then everybody's ignoring him. They're like playing. It's fun to watch them play. Like everybody's in the park having a good time. And then Stewie says, "What are you doing? You got to have a song. You got to have some showmanship." So they write a song about why you should have weed.
Stonefish says
Yeah.
he was quoting Family Guy.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. Bag of weed, a bag of weed. Everything's better with a bag of weed. Right. Yeah. There was a guy who was like had a lot of pot on him in the song, and then there was a cop that had a gun, and he pulled the gun and like it lit up so he could light up his weed.
Oh. That is funny.
Okay, Rook D7. The players have decided not to lose on time. That move is odd to me. That move indicates to me that Magnus didn't want to face knight D5 check. He wasn't interested in that. Now, knight C4, the move I want to play, comes with the tempo, but Magnus is like, as long as you don't play knight D5 check, I don't care. And again, the engine says all zeros. The times are incorrect. They need to add an hour to each time. They have an hour more now. And if they get to move 60, which is 50-50, either they will or they won't, then they get an extra 15 minutes and the increment starts. Yeah, that
Judith and Anish are just fighting it out on stream, and it's been amazing to watch.
Mm-hmm.
She has an attacking style. Yeah, I think she was like that with Kramnik, but it was gentle. They were back and forth, but nothing ugly. Just sort of countering with lines.
You're not following FIDE, but I am. So I'm going to look and see if we're still crushing them. They have 842 and we have 2100.
Yeah.
So we've always had more than the official broadcast with super GMs and such. Mm-hmm. FIDE does a good job of advertising their Twitch page. Okay, who's worse? This is a serious question.
Okay.
FIDE's Twitch page or St. Louis Chess Club's?
Well, I haven't looked. You
Right.
want me to guess?
Like for those
Probably St. Louis.
for those companies, I don't mean like which is worse to watch.
Oh, right now.
I mean
I
based
meant
on
views.
how many viewers they should have, who's doing worse? Like St. Louis Chess Club never has any viewers. They spend $1 trillion on their Twitch channel. They have no viewers. And FIDE is the same. FIDE has no viewers. To me, I could be wrong. You guys can argue with me. If I was a FIDE official and I had something to do with this event, I would be embarrassed that our Twitch live coverage with Geary and Judah has no viewers. That like every other stream has more viewers. That's embarrassing to me. I mean, it's their event, and their people are good. They're the people they have that are working. Yeah, he didn't know if FIDE had a Twitch channel. That's right. Yeah. Now St. Louis has a good excuse, which is their YouTube channel does have a lot of people watch, but not FIDE. Nobody watches FIDE.
Are they also streaming on YouTube? FIDE?
I don't know. All I know is FIDE doesn't do good in advertising their tournament. Okay, let's say there's a really horrible, terrible fight on Saturday, and like some fake fighting that they think is real. You know, where Conor McGregor is fighting some idiot, and then the guy has to throw the fight. Everybody in the world knows about that, and they'll pay a lot of money to watch it, and they'll talk about it on Twitter. Like, oh, this match is coming up between these two guys who can't fight at all, but I think they can because I'm dumb. They actually write that, which is weird. This is the World Championship where everybody in the world's heard of Magnus, even non-chess players. And then FIDE is the official, they're the world, they're like FIFA, and they organize everything, and Super G, and nobody watches them. That's embarrassing, frankly. The advertising's terrible.
Judith and Anish have 27,000 viewers. That is pretty good.
It must be on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because it ain't on Twitch. On Twitch, FIDE Chess has 800 viewers. Frankly, terrible. Not as corrupt as FIFA, but close. A lot of people on Twitter were complaining FIDE wasn't advertising the tournament enough. And one of the FIDE guys was like, what do you mean? We're doing a great job. And then somebody said, FIDE's having a world championship? Like some guy who wasn't, and he's like, when is it? I mean, people were saying that. We're like, oh, I didn't know there's a world championship. Thanks. Those were good answers to like, there's a world championship.
That'd be pretty out of touch not to know, though.
Even our employees didn't know, but they don't care too much. But still, now they know.
Some of them knew.
Icarus Ambitions. Possibly that's what it says.
Someone made a meme of Hess and MVL.
Yeah. Can you look at 38A5? You want me to go back in the game? Okay. Let's see. H4. A5.
FIDE is Anand and Mutsichuk.
Wait, if FIDE is Anand and Muzichuk, or whoever you said it was, who's Geary and Judah Polgar?
They're chess 24.
Oh, they're chess 24.
Yeah, she's always chess 24. And
I thought on FIDE somebody said it was them, but they meant chess 24. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, chess 24 is basically unwatchable because their software's so bad. Oh, God, horrible.
They have very low production value.
Yeah, they're horrible. Yeah.
That's their main issue. Also, the commentators on chess.com, they've been really smart with, although this time they got Fabi, but in general they get people that stream a lot that already have a big following. Yeah,
these positions, Black should have played more aggressively, and this move is just saying it's a draw. Yeah, you're right. A5 is better. He missed his chance to try to be a little better. It's still a draw, but it's a little better. I mean, doing this and this isn't, and that's not like winning chances. Yeah. So this game's been equal the whole way, with either side being a little bit better, but okay, it's always been a draw. Nobody's blundered yet. I don't see anybody blundering in this position. I don't see it. It's too boring.
The Oslo studio is better for chess 24.
Here's the problem that we have in a lot of commentaries, not just for this event, but for a lot of events, is if you have two very good players, right? They're both GMs, they're both super GMs, whatever. There's two things they do that are bad for this stream. One is they argue. They're like, black's better, no, white's better, here. And then the viewer's lost. They don't care about the viewer. And the other one is they just start talking to each other. They're not arguing either. They're just like, yeah, this is good for white. I agree. and this, and then you don't exist. They just like talking about the game with each other. Yeah. And supposedly, if you watch them talking about the game with each other, you should enjoy that. But, you don't enjoy it because you don't know what the hell they're talking about. Right. So, like, if Svidler was commentating with himself, that would be terrible. He'd be interrupting himself all the time, and you wouldn't know what was going on. Yeah. And so forth.
Mm-hmm. We understand a little bit. Tanya and Peter are the goats.
I guess. If by Tanya and Peter are the goats, you mean Peter, then yes. If that's what you meant.
Well, I mean, the problem, Tanya's voice is really annoying to me.
I mean, Peter's like 800 times better at chess than Tanya.
I know, but he's his personality, he's very abrupt and, interrupts.
He reminds me of
talks over everybody. Mm-hmm. He is probably right. But
now, what would happen if Peter did commentary with Peter? Leko and Svidler. Then who would talk over whom?
Does Leko talk over? I didn't notice.
No, because
Leko's a polite guy.
Those are like the same strength people, and they're both Peter, and Svidler never lets anybody talk. So that'd be weird.
I think Leko would hold it. I think he'd fight for the floor and win it.
Peter would talk over Peter. Yeah. Oh, they're explaining why you like Naroditsky. You don't like Peter's voice. You don't like the man bun. So you really Naroditsky. He's got everything. Yeah.
I do. Well, Peter Leko's voice I don't like. Peter Svidler I don't like. I like him fine. He's just not very warm, and he interrupts everybody a lot. I liked Kramnik and Judith when they were together.
The funniest commentary I ever did was live in St. Louis. We were in St. Louis at the Kingside Diner, and it was me and Ian Rogers, the Australian GM. So there's two funny things about that. Ian Rogers never sat down, ever. He stood up next to me. He had a chair. He just wanted to stand. So that was weird because we have laptops. Okay. And he never stopped talking, ever. I said nothing for 5 hours. Never. He never stopped talking. I was thinking, if he did commentary with Svidler, there'd be like a fist fight. Because they just talk over each other until they started fighting. That's what I was thinking at the time. Ian Rogers, and he talked up, he was like Yasser. He was like in 1973, because he's old like Yasser. Mm-hmm. And he's like, but he told one story after another, analyzed the game, and if he started coughing, then I could say something for a second, but otherwise, that was it. Yeah. Delicious. Gustafsson's funny, because when Jan Gustafsson does commentary with a weaker player, Jan acts like, I'm good at chess and I'm going to explain. Then when he does commentary with a better player, he sits there and just pretends he doesn't know how to play. He just lets them talk. He's like, oh, what about here? And then they say, okay. But if it's a weaker player, then he talks over them and he analyzes everything. This is funny. Funny commentator.
Gustafsson is cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Jan. So Jan played knight c4, the different Jan.
Yeah.
Threatening knight e5 with advantage. Mm-hmm. And then he's going to move one of these rooks so that knight e5 doesn't have the advantage. Now, he can't move this rook because then this pawn is hanging. Right? Mm-hmm. So he's going to play rook here, or rook here. And again, I'm not a fan of rook d7 because after this he has to move his rook again. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Now, they gave Jan his time, but they didn't give Magnus his time. They're so mean. I mean, on the stream here. He's got an hour and 9 minutes. Mm-hmm. Rook d7 was not necessary, but he wanted to stop knight d5 check. Yeah. No, Gustafsson's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, Gustafsson always has a very wry, bemused expression.
Go Reddit. What? Everyone on Reddit says Ben's stream is the best, except a lot viewers in some. Oh, expect. That's what you're going to say, except for one thing. Yeah. Well, in the World Championship, since it's a slow match, they don't move very often. And when they're not moving and you have to be sort of entertaining, the other commentators are suspicious, except for like Naroditsky, who's not commentating. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not clear who likes Naroditsky more, me or Karen. That's unclear. Okay, so Magnus played rook e7. Good. Now, if they both want to draw, I said if. I don't think either one of them wants to draw. But if they both want to draw, this is what will happen. Knight e3, threatening that. Rook d7, Papa John's. So if both sides were playing for a draw, like if it was Radjabov and Geary, that's what would happen. Yeah, but I don't think either player is going to do that. I think they both want to win. Although Jan looks pretty bored, so I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so knight e3 will probably lead to a draw by reputation because they're both really good. Big reputation. I think he has an engine in his man bun. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
Who's taller?
They're both tall. I don't know. Probably because of the man bun, he's taller. He's got, Mm-hmm. They wouldn't have reached time control. Yeah, they play one game each day, except the days that they don't play one game where they play 0 and have a rest day. There's 5 rest days scheduled, and there's 14 games scheduled. So we'll see if those 19 things all happen. Can Nepo do a few push-ups next to Carlsen to assert dominance? I would guess Magnus could do more push-ups than Nepo could. Yeah. I mean, Magnus is pretty athletic. Mm-hmm. OJ Dash subscribed. Taller players see the board better. If the man bun started vibrating. Yeah, that is good. Yeah.
Can you show the game from the beginning, please?
I can, and in fact, I'm going to do that when the game ends. We're going to do a recap of the game. Okay, he played knight e5 attacking the rook. This is another way to repeat. The game could now continue this way, which is very reasonable. Okay, because the rook has to stay on this pawn. So there's not much black can do about that.
Right.
So if Jan wants to draw, he's got it. Yeah. Now I showed this position to Roy Orbison. Man, tough. I couldn't think of his name. That anything he wants, he got it. Right? Roy Orbison is Karen's favorite singer, except for one thing. There's one thing. It's a big thing. All right, this actually happened, so looks like draw's going to happen. They are moving back and forth like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm guessing draw's going to happen. I don't care about the result. I care about whether they talk about the game like with each other on the video.
I did play a sport. I played tennis when I was younger.
Yeah, they're repeating pretty quickly. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see how long they talk to each other afterwards. They're definitely going to talk. But is it going to be 5 minutes or like 15 seconds? Yeah. Yeah, the Arbiter's coming over.
Yeah.
The Arbiter's looking pretty scary. Yeah. All right, they shook hands. Game's a draw. Now, Arbiter, get out of the way. I want to see them talk. Okay, they're talking. Yeah. You think it'll be 10 seconds or 5 minutes? Yeah, they seem really friendly. Not like an unfriendly kind of banter. Like serious. I thought I was better. I thought you were better. I thought we were both better. They're still talking about the game. Good. You know, like when Korchnoi played Karpov, when they didn't like each other, that didn't happen. They weren't like, hey, what you think? They didn't do that. Yeah. When Karpov and Kasparov pretended not to like each other, they would analyze at the board, and when they asked Kasparov about that, like, hey, I thought you guys hated each other. He says, who else am I going to analyze with? We're the only two good players. Am I supposed to analyze with Doofus? We're the only players we can analyze with. It's good trash talking. They're still talking about the game. Yeah.
It looks like he's about to stand up.
He wants to stand up, but they're still talking a little.
Oh,
Yeah.
he stood anyway.
Yeah. Yep. And all very relaxed. At MVL's looking like Robert Hesse. Yay, big money, big money. $9.99.
Yay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're a YouTube editor and you're hearing me talk now later, which you're not, we're going to do the recap soon. So this is where you're getting, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Eduardo.
Somebody put a marker. I'm serious. Somebody put a marker. Ben's about to start the recap so that our YouTube person can see it. Indo Queen's back. That game was a well-played draw. Very, very good. Both sides had slight advantages, and they were marginally butter. Yeah. Do you want to be here for the recap?
Yeah.
Good, because you can ask questions.
Definitely, because I didn't even see part of the game.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to do the recap, and then if you go to YouTube, hopefully you can get our YouTube person to do this in a timely fashion.
She and I have been talking about that already.
Yeah, because if it's the same day, then we'll get more views. Like already, again, was like, hi, this game was a draw.
See what I
Yeah.
said?
What? And then last night, blah, blah, blah.
No, no, it's
Great.
not.
Don't tell anybody who I am. I write a niche. Jesus. Yeah. All right. Good.
See?
Yep. All right. That game was good. Do you want the recap to have a different board color to make it easier, or just the same?
No.
No? Okay.
You already asked that.
Do you want me to change the board color for each game, or the same for all 14 games?
Oh, I don't know, but I think for the recap it should be the same.
Okay. Yeah. So that'd be easier for the person if they saw a different board color. That's the recap. Yeah. Man, Sweet Anita has 2.2 thousand watching. Very suspicious. That's your favorite streamer.
Sweet Anita?
Yeah. Her name almost rhymes. Yay, 1 cent for a recap. Yeah.
I do follow a bunch of non-chess.
This says again, Mador did his recap video yesterday. Gets those recap videos out. I've beaten an higher rated player. All right, good enough. Yeah. All right, thanks for watching the live coverage of the game. It was a draw. And now we're going to do a recap and explain the game in slightly more detail, with more jokes, but no jokes. Yeah. You're not going to like this part of this stream because I'm not going to make a lot of jokes. So sorry. Probably Karen will. Okay, first game, Jan played Magnus. Jan was white. Magnus will be white tomorrow. Tomorrow we should have Spencer here as well. And Karen won't be here for a little while because she'll be driving to get her kids. The most fun she's ever had. Shouldn't be a lot of traffic. Should be pretty good traffic-wise.
I'll be gone an hour and a half.
Right, at least. Yeah. Okay, so the game started with Rui Lopez, a.k.a. Spanish. And the first interesting point in the game was this one. Is Magnus going to play the regular Rui Lopez, or will he play the unleaded and play the Berlin? He plays both. He decided to play regular Rui Lopez. And in this position, he decided to not play the Archangel with b5 and bishop c5, which is very common. He played bishop e7, which indicates for the world's top players that they're going to play the Marshal. Although, Magnus has played passively also. But after castles in this position, you're going to play the Marshal. Now, the reason black plays b5 here is the rook is defending the e-pawn. So now white is actually threatening to take the knight and then take on e5. So now you have to play b5 because before that, black could have taken on e4. And in fact, if black wants to play the open Rui Lopez, he can play knight takes e4 here. But in this position, knight takes e4 or b5 and knight takes e4. But he decided to play regular Rui Lopez. And people who don't want to play the marshal play d6 first, but there's no real reason to. If you're going to play d6 and then castle and play like a slow Ruy Lopez, then you could castle and then play d6. So even if you don't play the marshal, this move order makes more sense to me because the guy thinks you might play the marshal. So now he's scared. Okay, so c3, d6 is like the main line of the Ruy Lopez. And then c3, d5 is the marshal, which is very likely what Magnus would have played. And instead, he played, let me get back to this. Instead, he played h3. And now if you try to play the marshal gambit, it seems like knight c3 is a good move, which is not a possible move in the marshal because white's pawn's already on c3. Now we're putting pressure all over the center here. So white's probably a little bit better. Okay, so instead, Magnus played knight a5, sacrificing his center pawn and getting the two bishops in return. He immediately attacks the e-pawn. Then he attacks it again. And Magnus is playing instantly every move. This is his prep for this variation. Magnus threatens checkmate. Usually threatening checkmate is good, especially if you're playing me. And the players were playing relatively quickly here. And after bishop d6 attacking the knight, king f1 was played, and he said, you're not really attacking the knight. If you take this, I take with the knight. If you take my knight, I trade queens first, and then I take back. Now king f1 is important in case rook e8 is played. There's never going to be a rook e1 check. The king's just better on f1, checks the e file. Okay, so after bishop d6, king f1, rook fb8 was played, which Magnus seemed more familiar with than Jan did. Possible black has other moves, but Jan started thinking now. And the idea of rook fb8 is obvious to even the most dim-witted individual with an advanced degree in hyperbolic topology, which is you're defending the bishop. So now, if it's black's turn, he could move his queen somewhere, unleashing the latent potential of the bishop and not trade queens. Black would prefer not to trade pieces. Black's down a pawn and has a big lead in development. And the problem with moving the queen now, say e6 or c5, is your bishop is not defended. Now it is defended. So now we can play queen e6 or queen c5. So he traded queens. I was afraid of knight b4. So he played bishop d2, c5. This was played very quickly by Magnus. So this is either the end of Magnus's preparation, or after the slightly surprising knight f3 retreat, this is the end of his preparation. I'm guessing Magnus knew this position, but was not familiar with this move. And the point is, my rook's defending my knight. I don't want my rook tied down. My knight really can't go anywhere of note. Knight f3 is very safe. And now if my c-pawn is attacked, I have options. Bishop takes, knight a3, rook c1. So knight f3 is like a safe move. I don't think Magnus was familiar with that. It's not a move that really goes for an advantage. Okay, Magnus untangled his rooks. Knight c3 was a little bit surprising, letting him play knight b4. Then I was very surprised by rook ec1. He decided, the rook can't go anywhere here. This is a half-open file, so I'll just move this rook. Also, Jan made a bet with his seconds before the game that he wouldn't have to move this rook and still not lose the game. Those guys better pay up. Mm-hmm. Okay, and of course you remember the famous Spassky-Fischer game where Fischer never moved his rook and he won like 80 moves. So, pretty good. Okay, so black has the two bishops, more space, and white has an extra doubled pawn. Now, if you're a gawking rabble, and you are, every move you're like, why isn't he ruining the pawn structure? He did do that, just let him do it later. So now I don't have the two bishops, this isn't defended as much, and now I can play knight e4 very easily. And this did happen, but it happened later when there were no pieces left, so it was more likely a draw. It's not a bad move, bishop f3, but it's not like the best move in the history of chess. Okay, knight c6 surprised me a lot. I didn't like that move, the knight e7. And here I thought white just had a nice advantage. White's up a pawn, and black's giving a knight's tour. I mean, white seems like he's improved his position, and black, moved his knight from here to here to here to here to here. All right. And now the engine made him, Jan made a move the engine does not like. The engine doesn't mind if the bishop takes this and I take back, because then this pawn's weak, the bishop and the knight control d4, the bishop and the knight control f4, white's up a pawn. But Jan played bishop f4, which I perfectly understand, because he wants to get rid of black's 2 bishops. But now the trades just lead to a stayed position, which should be a draw. Yeah, I think white has winning chances if there's bishops on the board here. But here, white just has weak pawns. And it seemed to me the advantage was going back and forth in this position. Obviously, this pawn is attacked. So he played rook c6. Rook e1, attacking the knight. Knight f5, c3. Now Magnus had a big think, and he could play g5, which probably leads to a draw. He could play king f8. Played knight h4, engine approved, attacking the pawn. One of the engines wanted to play rook d1 and give this pawn up, move the rook, and then try to push this pawn. But he played the human move, defending his 2 weak pawns. And now Magnus made a slight inaccuracy, which gave away any good position he had. Should have played g6, which is sort of hard to understand. This knight on this pawn forces the rook to defend it. So white wants to trade knights. Then the rook can wreak havoc, and king e2 can be played, and so forth. So white wants to play knight g2, which I guess Magnus wasn't concerned with. If Magnus was concerned with it, he could have played g6, which gives him luft for his king, and it prevents knight g2, because if knight g2, knight f5, the knight is pre-defended, sort of like Bronwyn's in pre-med, or pre-law.
Pre-law.
Pre-law, yeah. And now, if the rook moves, which is recommended because it's attacked, we lose our d3 pawn, and the engine says black's already winning. Okay, so g6 would make knight g2 not palatable. Black's king can move up the board, and white doesn't really have anything like tough to do. The engine slightly prefers black. Instead, Magnus literally didn't care about knight g2 and played king f8, and now white's better. And now Magnus went into a big think, and he knows if he trades knights, he's just a pawn down on a rook ending. That's likely a draw, but no winning chances for him. So he played knight f5, attacking the rook. Rook here. Now you can't take the pawn because black didn't play g6 earlier. So black has to deal with that. And so he played g6. So I think white's taking over the game, and the game is still a draw, but I'd rather have white. And here, for reasons I sort of tried to explain during the stream, but I don't perfectly understand, king e2 is just the most obvious move. It defends the pawn. Here comes knight e3. My rook's pretty good. I'm a pawn up. The only reason not to play king e2, and what's funny is, to prove how silly what he played knight here, and then played king e2. Frankly, terrible. The only reason not to play king e2 is because you fear your rook is getting trapped. And if Jan analyzed some variation where his rook's trapped, he's not going to play king e2. He wants to have, square for his rook. So the only way to attack the rook is f6, which you should never play. And I guess the rook has to go to e4 because there's no other square. And there's not really a good way to attack the rook. The only way that you can attack the rook right now is knight d6. And then I could play here, which is repetition, or I could play here or here, which is not. I'm not going to lose my rook, but maybe he thought he might lose his rook. He's not an engine. He might say, well, rook on f4 and h4 is dicey. The engine says, no, it's not. That's fine. But he's not an engine, so if his rook does get trapped, he looks very silly. Now, as you all know, in the European Team Championship, which concluded last week, there was a game where white did get his rook trapped in the center, unless it was black. I actually forgot what color it was. And I think it was a 2 rook and knight endgame. And then the guy was like a pawn up, and then he got his rook trapped and resigned. And then everybody made fun of him. So I'm sure the players know that game too. It happened like a week ago. Guys were GMs, like good GMs, better than me, but still lost his rook. Guy was rook trapped. Truth hurts. Okay, so he played knight e1, defending his d pawn instead of the engine recommended king e2. Now his rook will never get trapped because he has e2. But obviously the knight on e1 is a bit passive. A bit. So yeah, thanks Dirk Gently. Yeah. That's actually funny if you say it differently. Okay, so knight g7 is an excellent move. The knight wants to go to f4. And obviously there's a couple ways to do that. Knight's great on f4. Okay, so he said, no, you're not going to play knight f4. And they called the arbiter, and the arbiter said, no talking. f5, he's like, no, I am going to play knight f4. Now, the problem with g6 and f5, if it is a problem, I'm not saying it is this rook can no longer attack these pawns. There's no rook f6 here. There's no rook h6 here. So these pawns are less weak than they were when potentially the rook could have tried to get them later. And after f5, he's not controlling f4 anymore with the rook on e4. So Magnus, always sack the exchange. So Magnus wants to play knight f4. And Jan, who learned German before the match, because he has some German seconds, said, "Ich don't think so," and played knight g2. The engine actually doesn't like knight g2, but he just says, you can't go there, you can't go there, you can't do Vishwa nothing. Psychological ploy, because he's played Vichy twice for the World Championship. Okay. Yay, go hype train. The more level 5 we get to, the better my analysis. Okay, so punishing the passive play by white, he played the move b4. If the c3 pawn ever moves by going here or here, we have a very nice knight d4. And obviously, this pawn structure is not good. Rook here's coming, knight here's coming, knight here's coming. Terrible. Okay, and the other idea behind b4 is to take on c3 and go win this b pawn, which happened. Okay, so b4, please let me go here, and please let me take all your pawns. And he said, please. Remember that, kids. The power of please. Family Guy, Star Wars, Stewie. Okay, so he played king e2, which is excellent, giving his pawn back, but in turn, fixing his pawn structure, ruining his opponents, and getting his king into the game, so it's doing something. Rook b8 wins a pawn, so he won the pawn. And now, in this position, knight d4 check looks ominous. You can't take it because you take back with check, attacking the rook. But Jan literally didn't care, and he was more worried about knight g5 in case his rook moves away. He doesn't want both of his pawns attacked, so he played h4. Turns out knight d4 check, which wins if white mistakenly takes it, is in check here and the rook. White just plays king d1, and the engine says, I guess I'm going to go back because the knight's attacked, and there's no way to do anything good. Now, he could have tried to take advantage of this trick by playing the move a5 or rook c b6 and try to merge threats. So after a5, for example, which Magnus probably didn't see, that's my guess, if I take the pawn, double question mark, now knight d4 is winning. Because the rook is not on a1, so after king d1 in the previous position, now we have rook b1 check, which we didn't have with the rook on a1. And in this position, rook b2 check is good, but this move is even better, threatening checkmate. And if you play here, now we're threatening checkmate again, and we're threatening the rook. So black is winning. So after a5, you can't take the pawn, but now black has some winning chances. Rook a6, push the pawn, double rooks and go here and push the pawn. It's still a draw, but a5 is a better winning chance than what he did, which was to have no winning chances. And seeing the move a5 is tough, because you have to see this trick, you have to see that it works, you have to see the rook is needed here, because king b1, so that's, it's a little tough, for a human. So he just moved his king up the board. The rook moved away, stopping knight d4 check. There's no attack of the rook. And here comes my idea. And Magnus, for reasons I don't understand, he's better than me, he was more worried about that. He literally didn't care about knight c4. So he played rook d7, stopping knight d5, which makes knight c4 stronger because knight e5 is winning. And now the players have reached time control. And for the last few moves, the engine says it's equal. It's equal material. Both sides have a bad pawn structure. This is the only passed pawn, but that's not dangerous. And after rook e7, Jan decided to repeat and draw the game. I thought he might repeat with knight here. Let me get to the right color. I thought he might repeat with knight e3, threatening this, and then this repetition. But Jan, being a better player than me, found a better repetition that was forced. This repetition is not forced. I don't have to play rook d7. I could play rook d6, which again is a repetition. So he just played knight e5. The rook has to stay on this pawn, and then he attacks the rook and so forth. Okay. So only Jan can play for a win here since that's a forced draw. Problem is, if white doesn't do anything, eventually black can play g5 and get a passed h-pawn. Maybe you play h5 first, then g5. Then he's got passed pawns on both sides of the board. These pawns are doubled, and white doesn't have any passed pawns. So I guess in the next 10, 15 moves, Jan was worried black might be better. I don't see a way I can be better, so let's just do the repetition. Which makes sense. The engine says everything is all zeros, repetition or not. But it likes the repetitions. Another repetition is knight a5 to c4. Yeah, this pawn's weak, this pawn's weak, these pawns are all weak. It's equal material. The kings are about the same. Material's the same. Pretty good game. Pretty good. And at the end of the game, this is the final position, the caps thing that tells you how well they played. Mm-hmm. They played better than me.
Yeah.
They played 98.7 for white and 99.1 for black. So the truth hurts. They're better than us. Yeah. And that's because like no mistakes were made. No move was made that moved the needle like, haha, you're winning. Both players were slightly better. Both players used their time immaculately. Okay. It was the immaculate. And I see a press conference now with Maurice in the middle and the players looking bored on each end, hoping the press conference ends soon. They can't wait. And when it does end, Magnus is going to run away as fast as he can. He's going to be like, oh, God, I hate being here. And then Nepomniachtchi will just stand up like, that's right, I'm the world champion. And he'll walk away very slowly. But yeah, Magnus is going to run, right? And hope that nobody asks him any questions. Yeah, with security.
I'm sure they're tired.
Right, they don't want to talk to, they just played a 4-hour game, 4.5-hour game. They got to prepare for tomorrow. They got to eat, they got to sleep, got to talk to their coaches. They don't want to sit here and talk to the gawking rabble, right? And Hans is there saying, why can't I play? No.
It seems like Maurice is always getting on Magnus's nerves.
Delicious. Yeah. Well, thanks for watching. We'll continue with the hype train. We'll try to answer any questions you have right now. We're not going to answer them, but we'll try. I can't promise to try, but we'll try to try. Right?
That's all we can do.
Right. And I guess you can watch the press conference and see which player looks the most perturbed. Right now it's Magnus. Yeah, he's like, leave me alone. I hate doing these. I've done 1,000 of these. Now, the maddest person I've ever seen in a world championship press conference was Vichy.
Yeah?
Yeah, Vichy was discussing the game and he gave some 1,000 move variation. And then the Indian reporter said, were you looking at that during the game? And his answer was, no, I was thinking about what we're going to get for dinner. And he looked really pissed.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Sir Schlemelot gifted a sub. Thank you.
He's usually very gracious from what I've seen.
Well, he wasn't winning a lot of games against Magnus and then some. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough right after the game to be nice.
Yeah, right. Just like leave him alone. ZL1 Corvette gifted a sub. Good.
Hey, thank you, ZL1.
Anyway, you could put a marker, for our YouTube person. They could have stopped a long time ago. This is just, I would have already left, but you guys are giving money, so I won't leave that right. Yeah.
I'm gonna eat some lentil soup.
So the people that, I think I should read that number 4 guy. What do you think? Number 4. That's me.
He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, they're all terrible. Yay, 300 cent to do. CL Smith. Any tips? Play good moves. Yeah, the Bears. I'll look at my stream to see who to raid. Because, you know.
You have different people.
Boo, boo. No, I'm terrible. Yeah.
I would do number 6.
On yours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's number 3 on mine.
All right. Did you have a better one?
No. I'm worried whoever I raid is going to stop streaming any second.
They probably will.
But, you know, they might not. But they raid somebody else. They'll raid me. So that's funny. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Etc.
Chess Bro. I didn't even see Chess Bro.
I don't see the Chess Bros are streaming either. Yeah.
Unless my thing didn't refresh or something.
I don't see them either. So,
I don't see them streaming.
Yeah, it's probably just crazy. Yeah.
They're doing an after show. Well, they're not on there yet.
Yep.
Oh, not live coverage.
Well, if they're not on now, I literally don't care. Now, figuratively, I do, but not literally.
C.L. Smith says, no way Chess Bros are awake.
That's right. It's not even noon yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Good morning, Chess Bros. It'll be shown at noon throughout Canada. I changed that joke around so it wasn't racist at all.
He said they just went live.
Boo, boo.
That's funny.
They just went live again. Should I raid them or just do the one I was doing?
I would raid them.
All right. Boo,
Guys,
boo.
Come on, I love the bras. And Yasser's going to be on there.
Boo. But Yasser's on here. Now, Karen, I'm not sure what your name is, but I like your style. And also, I would like to say the basement smells like lentil soup. You smell that lentil soup? I can smell it.
I can't really smell it.
I smell that lentil soup. Yeah, because it's all about that soup. Come on, people. 0%. That's how much you liked my coverage? Terrible. Frankly, terrible. 5 hours of coverage, 0%.
Hey, let's don't wait on this train.
What's that?
I think we should go eat lentil soup and go ahead and do the raid.
Go lentils. All right, thanks for watching. Tomorrow I'll be back with Spencer. I don't know when Karen's leaving. She might start, or she might already be driving, to get her kids. I don't know.
I'll probably be here till about 8:15.
Yeah. Okay, so Karen will start with me and Spencer. She'll leave for an hour and a half or more. Me and Spencer, then come back, and hopefully the game's still going on. Also, we have to hope tomorrow the game ends before noon like it did today, because what happens at noon tomorrow, Karen? It's the only thing anybody cares about. Even the chat will know. That's how crazy it is.
Noon tomorrow.
Noon on Saturday.
I don't know.
Really? The worst in chess gifted a sub, and so did Bad Move Ben. Good job.
It's probably football related.
C.L. Smith is correct. Michigan loses to Ohio State. Yeah. What's more likely, that the Lions lose to the Bears, which already happened, or that Michigan loses tomorrow to Ohio State? It could be we all dreamed that the Lions lost to the Bears. So they're probably about equally likely.
Yeah, Lori B's outside. I just remembered.
Yeah.
I got to go let her in.
How come she's not at the window barking at us?
She's
Yeah.
barking, but...
Yeah. All right, go whatever your name is, Michigan. Go Hype Train. You can do it. Michigan losing is more likely than the game that already ended. Maybe. Yeah. I thought I was a PSU alum. You thought wrong.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah. All right, we are starting the raid. Thanks for helping out the stream and watching and enjoying it. And hopefully we'll be just as funny tomorrow. You can watch the Chess Bros now, or you can watch the live coverage with the video, and you can see how bored the players are. They've never been so bored except for one thing. And that one thing is